Recording in progress.
I'll call to order the Tuesday, September 6, 2022 Town Council regular meeting to order at 6:31. Roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have everyone here except Councilor Parker, so that's Councilor Melendez, Bordelon, Baumgarter, Cassieri, Franco, Jones, McBride, and Westervelt. So that's 8.
Thank you. Now I'll ask everyone to please stand for the salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda, we have receipt of citizens' petitions, comments, and concerns. Receipt of citizens' petitions is the portion of the council meeting where the council welcomes comments from citizens. To address the council, please sign the sheet on the table at the front of the meeting room. When you are recognized by the mayor, please approach the podium, clearly state your name and address, and speak into the microphone. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or less, and citizens should, if possible, submit written comments. Presentations should be related to matters pertinent to Groton. To speak during this portion of the meeting via Zoom, please email council@groton-ct.gov by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting. All right, so first on my list, I have Sarah Alvarez, followed by Sandra Fetters.
Attorney, and I'm also her interpreter today, if you don't mind. Sarah speaks Spanish and feels more comfortable speaking in her native language, so I'll translate.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Sara Álvarez.
My name is Sarah Alvarez.
Soy del apartamento 102 Branford Avenue, Building 35.
I live at 102 Branford Avenue, Building 35.
Tengo un tumor cerebral.
I have a brain tumor.
Llevo 68 días exactamente esperando por el proceso de Branford Manor.
I've been waiting exactly 68 days for Branford Manor to get things in process.
Mi apartamento sigue cogiendo más moho y sigue cogiendo más agua en el basement.
My apartment continues to accumulate mold throughout, as well as water in the basement.
Prácticamente estoy fuera del apartamento.
I'm practically out of the apartment.
Explica lo que pasó.
El día que abrí la puerta del basement, mi niño dijo que apestaba a podrido.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Mis niños fueron a recoger más ropa. El niño decía que apestaba a podrido.
So my children went to get more clothes in the house today, and they said there was a rotten smell in the house.
Abrí la puerta del basement y el basement tenía más agua.
I went into the basement, and the basement had accumulated more water.
¿Tienen alguna pregunta para mí?
Do you have any questions for me?
Ella no le está permitiendo aceptar preguntas, so eso es todo.
Ok. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Sandra Fetters, followed by Amity R. Scott.
Good evening. Sandra Fetters, displaced resident from 28 Branford Ave. Still living in the hotel since May 17th, but I'm okay with that because my family and me are safe. Sorry about my voice. I experienced a really bad life-threatening asthma attack due to a little package of catnip that contained mold in it. And what stood between me and life and death is my little red rescue inhaler. I have been displaced from my home in Branford Manor due to hazardous conditions brought by toxic mold. My family and I have been living in a hotel since May 17th this year with no one in sight. I have been living in Branford Manor for 7 years, and for those 7 years, I was slowly being poisoned by mold growing inside my apartment that I couldn't see. In my apartment, mold was growing behind the bathroom walls, and mold likes to live in moist, humid environments. I had paid for my own test and air quality test, which came back positive for 12 different types of mold, which were all native to rotting wood associated with water damage. Branford is known for having issues with humidity, especially upstairs. Due to the lack of air conditioning and ventilation, mold begins to grow at humidity levels at 50%. My apartment has levels in the high 60s. And I had a dehumidifier, and we were emptying it by the gallons every hour. With air conditioner installed in the window upstairs in the bedroom, the air conditioner at one point was overrun and caked with black mold within a few weeks of installation. The humidity is so bad in there, the air conditioner could not function properly. And according to Mr. Matt Finkel, the mold and associated problems are completely fixable. Mold takes 24 to 48 hours to grow. This issue has been happening for 50 years. You do not have to have faulty pipes to have mold. Condensation, wet foundation, and humidity is all they need. They will never be able to clean it because it was built on damp land to begin with. The only way this can be fixed is if they install proper humidity and moisture control, proper ventilation, and completely remediate the property. Not only is there a mold infestation in this property, it's also overrun with bugs and rodents. Bugs are actually attracted to the same conditions as mold. High humidity and moisture, spiders, cockroaches, termites, fungus gnats, and beetles are also residents of Branford Manor. Cockroaches feed on the organic matter that helps mold to break down. The termites feed on wood supports. Mites are also associated with moldy environments. Insect infestation in itself is a health hazard, not to mention the mold. I question the structural integrity of these buildings. At some point, this problem will solve itself. Mold and insects can cause devastating effects on your health. Since August of 2021, I had begun experience asthma symptoms resembling asthma attacks. I had ended up in the emergency room multiple times with severe difficulty breathing, causing my lips to turn blue. I quit smoking to reduce these attacks, but they continue to occur. We already knew that we had mold in the apartment, and we knew their history of mold. I had an appointment with my allergist, and he diagnosed me with hypersensitivity pneumonitis, commonly known as farmer's lung. I'm not a farmer. There are 6 types of mold found in my apartment that causes hypersensitivity pneumonitis. He has diagnosed me with severe mold, mite, cockroaches, and rodent allergies. My treatment includes 3 inhalers, multiple antihistamines, anti-inflammatory medications, and weekly shots to desensitize my immune system. So far, I have endured 30+ shots with many more to go. This is a 3-year process, and I don't know if this will work. He also told me that I need to abandon all my things and have no contact with any of the apartment for any exposure to mold will cause scarring on my lungs. After that, I have 5 to 7 years to live. Mold can also be associated with cancer, lupus, heart failure, and lung diseases. Prolonged exposure can also result in a weakened immune system, and the effects of mold are similar to dust allergies. In fact, my daughter, who has epilepsy, for the last 5 years has not had one seizure since May 17th, since we've been in the hotel. Her neurologist identified mold as a potential trigger. I've been disabled by Branford Manor's negligence. Not only are they negligent, they are also not trustworthy. Donna Brown, a former employee with Heather Phillips, had promised that my apartment and furniture would be cleaned. In an email, Donna told me that she had informed the cleaning companies of the mold and ensured that my stuff would be cleaned properly on 3 different occasions. When I asked the cleaning companies if they knew about the mold, they told me they were never informed. Not only does that put them at risk, it puts me at risk. Had my furniture been improperly cleaned, I would not be standing here today to talk to you. Not only this, but when informed of my health conditions and my severe allergy to mold, Zach Simmons told me that the levels in the mold in my new apartment were suitable for occupancy. He also stated that there was no water damage despite their mold test they conducted, which came back positive for water damage-related mold and rust particles, peeling and bubbling paint on the third apartment they're trying to put me in, which indicates water damage. The last time I checked, Mr. Simmons did not have a medical degree. According to my allergist, any levels of mold is dangerous for someone who's allergic. During renovations, they only covered it up. Bath fitters covered up the mold in the bathroom, and the siding that they installed prevented proper ventilation. Living conditions in Branford Manor are not safe for me to return. In order to return, they would have to prove 100% the apartment is mold-free, and that has to have proper humidity and moisture control and proper ventilation, or they would have to build a whole new complex with these precautions installed. Without these things, the only way I could go back there is if I wore protective gear, a respirator, and a hazmat suit, and goggles and gloves. This is no way for anybody to live in their home. Any levels of mold is dangerous to somebody who's highly allergic. Constant exposure will cost me my life. Forcing me to go back would be signing my death certificate. Branford Manor and their associate partners continue to disregard my medical conditions, my mold report, my air quality report, and also theirs in a 504. The proof writes itself. The proof is in the mold. If you clean up the mold and don't fix the water problems, the mold will come back. They are playing a very dangerous game with our lives. I thank you guys very much. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
evening. What's that?
Next on my list, I have Amity R. Scott, followed by Christina and Brian Speck.
Sorry, I got some things to pass out. patience. I really can't say, Amity Arscott, 543 Sandy Hollow Road, Mystic. I represent over 100 people from Branford Manor. And I really can't put things much better than both Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Fetters have in terms of what they're going through from a health perspective. But I have accumulated, of course, a number of photos that I don't know if any of you have seen before. I know that Mr. Burt was able to tour some of the homes, but I just want to go through and show you. It looks like there's a little bit of a delay, but I want to show you what we're dealing with at Branford Manor. This is a hole in somebody's ceiling. That black pipe is a sewer pipe, and it's right over their dining room table. It's been there for months. My iPhone's pretty cool. It lets me actually look and see where all these photos that I've taken recently were taken, and that's Branford Manor right there. And as you can see, these issues are pervasive across Branford Manor. This is a basement. That water's not coming from pipes, certainly not PEX pipes. That water's coming from the outside. That's somebody's freezer in their basement. This is the humidity on June 7th. 80% humidity. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Another basement shot. I mean, there's mold everywhere. Oh, and asbestos. That was my client's house. They went in and abated the asbestos while she was still living there with her children. Looks like fairly new sheetrock. It's already got mold on it. It's the crawl space underneath these buildings. In fact, I think in my materials you'll see that that Branford Manor's own expert states the obvious. Dirt crawl spaces and half-rated insulation is going to cause moisture. And we're seeing that, and we're seeing the mold that's resulting from it. This is a common issue at Branford Manor, the stairs. The lip breaks off, or the tread is just broken in half. This little girl, 7 years old, broke her arm walking down the stairs. They just fixed it. That happened in April. They just fixed it Friday. This is a hole in her ceiling above her dining room table, sewer pipe. Yeah, just another run-of-the-mill hole. I did have additional videos, but apparently they're not able to play on this setup. But I just wanted to show you in pictures of what we're truly dealing with at Branford Manor. And when you hear Related in 2017 saying, "We got this, we are experts at this, we've got 55,000 units across the country, we know what we're doing." And then June 14th, 2022, they come back, Matt Finkel says, "We know what the problem is, we know how to fix it." If that is the case, then why is it that these conditions are still here? Why is it that Sarah has been homeless? Let's be honest, homeless. She's couch surfing. She and her 3 kids are couch surfing for 68 days. And she's just one of several families. Mrs. Fetters, she's been out of her home for 101 days. I've got other families, 70 days. And her one client's 4-year-old son The bus didn't come pick him up today for his very first day of pre-K. She's in Stonington at the Residence Inn. They didn't pick her up, didn't pick him up. And the same thing is going to happen to another client tomorrow who got moved from one hotel to another. This is her third hotel now that she's been moved to. And I talked to the school board today, and they said that she's going to have to find a way to get them there. She has no car. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. While related, while the city, while Ledgelight figures out, I don't know what. I don't know what. There's no excuse. There needs to be a deadline. There needs to be a deadline put in place. And guess what? It's Related's job to figure it out. They have 55,000 units now across the country. They've got connections. They've got contacts. They have the know-how. We have to give them the deadline. It'll get done. It will. And we will all be better for it. We will all be able to feel that we played our role in making sure that our community, our neighbors, the kids that go to our schools are healthy and supported and cared for.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next on my list, I have Christina and Brian Specht, followed by Susan Friddy. Friday.
Good evening. Sorry. Oh, right in your eyes. So I'm going to speak tonight, but after I am done, I would like to bring up Rosemary instead of Susan Friday first. We can just kind of switch those around if that's okay, just because of the ordinance, the order of our discussions.
Sorry, what was that?
So Rosemary Robinson will be after me, if that's okay, and then we can go on with Susan Friday.
Okay. Sweet. Okay.
Rosemary and a few of the other groups will be heading over to the historic meeting after this, and they're trying to catch that meeting at 7 p.m. So it's kind of a little bit of a tandem here.
Okay. How many are with you?
I'm not sure exactly how many are speaking tonight, but most of them are. So after
Okay.
myself?
Yeah, we'll deal with it.
Yep. If you don't mind, that would be great. Again, my name is Christina Speck, and my husband, Brian, and I live at 37 Steamboat Wharf in downtown Mystic. We choose to live in downtown Mystic knowing there are dozens of restaurants, bars, and people in the environment. Today, we are here to express our concerns that surround the Mystic downtown late-night activities with spillover issues which cause us concerns regarding the request for future approval of new rooftop and patios in Mystic, knowing the existing ones are not following the rules. There are 4 specific points tonight that we would like to review, and various people in the room and on Zoom that will be speaking to this. The 4 that are specific points are enforcing the town ordinance of no activity between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on any outdoor patio or deck. Number 2 is eliminating the unsafe and intoxicated people partying in the lot after the club is closed at 2 a.m., leaving many drunk drivers with sometimes driving right through the gate. Number 3, stopping the illegal urinating in the parking lot and gardens next to our property. Reconsider future approvals of the new rooftops in Mystic, knowing the existing ones are not following the rules. I would like to speak to the first point that I mentioned of the town ordinance of no activity between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. In August of 2018 was the first email that I wrote to the town of Groton, in which I wrote on my own personal behalf to communicate my concerns of the late night activity from Pizzetta. The first letter I wrote was after many conversations, meetings, and letters to the owner of Pizzetta to try and work through the challenges I expressed of the noise levels after closing time. In fact, I have extended numerous times to work with them, but only have received a bottle of wine at 1 a.m. saying I'm sorry for the loud noise. After getting nowhere with the owner of Pizzetta and over 4 years of dozens of emails, calls, and discussions to the restaurants, to the managers, to the owner, and to the police, I conclude the situation for me is the town of Groton has created an ordinance, section 1.3.1, number 5, noise, no outdoor use of patios after 10 p.m. and before 7 a.m., and it has not been enforced. Not enforcing this ordinance has led me personally in discussing with my neighbors and local businesses to find the problems are not exclusive to the excessive noise. In fact, I learned and now witnessed illegal public urination, unsafe and violent acts of drunken customers partying beyond the 2 a.m. close time of Pizzetta into the parking lot, causing concerns for our safety. This will continue with the recent request to build a new rooftop and patios for additional restaurants, and would like to share our concerns to ultimately have this town council determine how best to enforce the codes they have approved, stop the illegal public urination, reduce the unsafe environment from the drunken customers, and think twice before approving new permits to expand to the rooftop and extend patio use, knowing these are not being used for our local tourism that we all love. I believe the town ordinance of having no activities after 10 p.m. would reduce the sound and noise that no one expects from downtown Mystic. Chapter 1 had these same issues a few years ago. From what I'm told, and since they do not have a patio or a rooftop, the noise is significantly reduced just by shutting and keeping the doors closed during the times they have DJs and club-like activities. Pizzetta has several doors, windows, and now 2 outdoor patios that are in full use into the wee hours of the morning. Pizzetta has hired a promoter to advertise the club every Friday and Saturday. They have also hired 6 security guards each weekend night. My question for you all to ponder is that if they need that many security guards at a restaurant that has a capacity of 155, but I'm being told that stops taking customers at 210, then when do you approve this business to become an official club versus a local pizza shop? Last week, I received a call from Chief Fusaro and ultimately met with him and Captain McCarthy to discuss the situation and obtain our input and provide any update as to what the town police and town were doing to address the problems we have been experiencing. I spoke with John Rainier, Director of Town and Planning, also, and he provided an update from the meeting they had internally last week and reiterated the plan the town and police had to address for this challenge. Pizzetta advertised the DJ all 3 nights this last weekend. Friday night, I was awoken by the sound of the bass from the DJ, which is normal on a weekend. Upon looking out the window, we recognized that there was a car parked in front of the gardens by our condo. They were there to redirect people to relieve themselves over to the museum. I tried to determine if there was a difference from the town being more involved this week, but to me, there was no difference. And in fact, it was louder. I looked towards the restaurant to see the top deck was wall-to-wall people. That helped me explain that sound was louder since the doors were left open and allowed to hear the DJ since they were not hanging out below on the patio. I called Lieutenant Chris Holt and explained that the ordinance was most likely applicable to the top deck as well. He was surprised thinking that the top deck wasn't even open yet. I agreed, but I think Pizzetta was just trying to get creative and still accommodate the amount of people they drew from the DJ crowd. Lieutenant Holt told me he would send out a patrol officer. Within 20 minutes, people were removed, doors were closed, people were not on the patio, and sound was lowered. Saturday night, there was a huge difference from the previous night. I never heard the bass, and I looked outside to see the lights were out at the patio, no one on the second deck, and barely heard the music. If this could stay this way, I would be really happy. My thoughts are, to be honest, is that the season is ending and the level of awareness with the restaurant owners will cause a short-term solution. We would encourage us all to keep the pressure on to ensure to solidify the ordinance for the future, including college breaks throughout the winter. We have seen in the past there is usually a lull, and then it picks back up, and our fight starts all over again. I ask that you stop the late-night activities that cause the noise, the disruption, the illegal actions, and more so, have a safer environment for all. I have a few pictures because I think pictures say 1,000 words. See if it works. Brian, I'm going to have, oh, no, you're good. 2 seconds, yeah. Now that you see my. So, first of all, what I'd like to tell you is this is August 5th of 2019. This is a normal pizza night outside our window. If you can see, this is in 2019. There's just people sitting on the deck, on the patio, having dinner. It's about 8:30 at night, right? Then we're okay with this. This is exactly what we moved to Mystic for. What we didn't move to Mystic for, this is date stamped July 2nd of this year, 12:26 a.m. This is full of people, 12:26, goes until about 2:30, 3:30 in the morning. You can see here there are people on the front drinking, there's people in the patio, there's people in the parking lot, and this doesn't even describe what's happening in our parking lot behind this. There is not enough bathrooms to supply all of these people. I can tell you, this is a video of Friday night, this Friday night that I shared with you, that all these people were crammed at the very tippy top of the new, not open yet, deck. Wall-to-wall people just sitting there. This is when I called Lieutenant Holt and I said, well, what's going on? Like, why are we allowed to do this? I thought the ordinance said 10 p.m. Within 20 minutes, these people were gone, the doors were shut, and it was shut down. This is for Susan, so I'll get there in just a second. This is an every weekend occurrence for us. And I'm going to show you all these people that are with us right now are all living there, and their businesses are there. So I'm going to take a pause, and this is where I would say that I'm going to bring up Rosemary. And Rosemary is the Steamboat Wharf Inn manager, and she manages the parking lot for Steamboat Inn. Do you want me to switch it over just so we can start with the picture, or would you like to speak first? Yep. So my technology here. Sorry. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Just need your name and address for the record.
My name is Rosemary Robinson. I live in Ledyard, Connecticut, actually, but I am the general manager for Walter Glazer, who owns Steamboat Inn, Steamboat Wharf Parking, several mixed-use buildings downtown Mystic, and is also a resident at Steamboat Wharf, 51 Steamboat Wharf, Mystic. As a matter of fact, that brick building right there is one of his buildings. We have great concerns about the late night activities in town as well. I'm sorry, I'm really short here. It seems that Mystic's becoming a hot spot for partying, and while that's all well and good, it's getting out of control. Several times, patrons exiting the lot late at night have been too intoxicated to either follow the directions for payment or simply make the poor choice to run through our gate. My concern is not only for our damaged equipment, but these people clearly should not be driving. Our next concern is the request by the Mariner, which is right next to the main block there, to add a rooftop bar, which would be very similar to what Pizzetta wants. I understand they're planning on doing the DJ thing as well. The Mariner, however, is only 16 feet away from our Gilbert building. That would put a bar right outside the windows of 6 of my residential residents. While I realize that this is a mixed-use district, the residents need to accommodate businesses, but it should also go both ways. Businesses should not be allowed to expand with no regard to the existing neighbors. We also have the Steamboat Inn right there as well, and I feel that the outdoor rooftop bar poses a risk to the enjoyment of our guests. Although I cannot confirm this, I have been informed that the operators of the Mariner intend to employ and promote a DJ in much the same way as Pizzetta. Further to that point, according to page 66 of the zoning regulations 3.3-2.a, parking required for the MDD under section 8.2-6.d shall be met entirely on-site and without the use of the validation or off-site program. The Mariner only has 3 parking spaces, and they're currently being used as an outdoor patio, which is allowed temporarily during the pandemic. I don't have to tell you that parking in Mystic is already an enormous issue on any given weekend and often during the week as well. I'm fielding complaints from my tenants and hotel guests that there is no place to park. Where are we supposed to put the additional patrons of all these expanding businesses? While I have no objection for a business to grow, I do request that serious consideration be given to how these expansions affect the community at large. Would the expansion of the Mariner hinder or enhance the downtown experience? Do we have the infrastructure and parking to accommodate more people? Do we have the security to ensure safety to all patrons and residents? And frankly, does that expansion potentially harm nearby residents and businesses? I believe it does. I can almost guarantee that putting a bar less than 20 feet from my tenant's bedroom window will not only cause them to relocate, but it will make those units very difficult to relet at a fair market price. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump back up one more. If we can have Susan Friday come up next, is that okay?
Yep, she's
Then we
next
can-
on my list.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, I just don't want to go out of, want to make sure we can turn the lights back on.
Just need your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Susan Friday. My husband, Nathan R. Cushman, and I bought our home at 33 Steamboat Wharf in August of 1990 in the beautiful, historic downtown Mystic. On one side, we have the beautiful Mystic River, and the other side, we have the parking lot, the section that belongs to the now Art Museum. I've been very lucky to, I had to wait 15 years, but I've been very lucky to now have a piece of the condo ground to garden. And the Art Museum has allowed me to extend my garden over about 20 more feet into their land. And I was thrilled when the Mystic Garden Club in 2000, I keep on saying 1900, 2016, I think it was, awarded me a beautification award in recognition of the garden. And you'd be amazed how many people walk by there because it's a beautiful area. And you'd be amazed how many people stop and actually thank me for the garden. Some of them are residents, some of them are locals, and some of them are just from out of town. And I think you'd also be amazed how many photo ops are taken there, because there's the garden behind them, and then the river, and then the beautiful antique buildings across the river. Some people ask, where should I have lunch? Some people ask, where is that boat, the Argaia? And other people take photos. So we've had 30 lovely years in a lovely town, and we've had 2.5 years of hell. The pandemic brought on an invading chaos. We're not against the growth of the town. We're not against business. My husband has a large family business up in Franklin and Lebanon. I grew up in a family business. The local economy is essential, employment is essential, and as Christina said, you know, we went there for the restaurants and the shops and the kind of people and the diversity of Mystic. We're happy to be there. But there has been an aggravating noise from Pizzetta. Oh, before that, there was those crazy weekends when there was the art show up and down Main Street, and when the Clydesdales came to town. But they were on occasions, and they were celebrations. This is every weekend, every holiday, and as one of the people I'm going to turn over to Zoom will say, one of the nights was a Tuesday night that we saw damage to the garden. Maybe some of you know Rodolfo. He was the facilities manager for the Art Museum. And he had to, on a short notice, take over the booth late at night. I think he was working 12 to 2. My husband and I got back from vacation, and he said, I apologize, but these frat bros were running through your garden, and they were kicking the plants and beating them and jumping on them. And he said, and peeing and jumping up and down and screaming. And I thought, really? In Mystic? Peeing? But I could see the damage to the garden. Many plants died, and I've got one hosta, and I'm sorry, Sue, who is our hosta Sue. I've got a row of hostas that are that high, and then the one that was stompled is half as high. It just hasn't come back. Rodolfo said he was sorry and he apologized because he was afraid. He was afraid to go down and tell those young men to get out of the garden. And so I thought, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit in the garden? I mean, today, at this point, I'm 76 years old. But I'd like at this point to turn over to a Zoom person who's waiting, Susan Stacy, who's my neighbor. She is very horticulturally knowledgeable, and she's been helping me in the garden. And she's here to tell you what she found, because she wakes up much earlier than I do. Sue?
Just need your name and address for the record, please.
How do we turn her on?
She just has to.
She's muted.
I can't hear
She
you.
just has to unmute. She's all set to go. Oh, she's gonna.
There you go.
We can't hear you, Sue.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can?
Yes.
Good
She
evening.
can see me.
Oh, I'm sorry, the lights are barely on here. I am Susan Stacy, and I'm a resident of the condominiums at Steamboat Wharf. And I'm here to address the unsanitary, unsafe goings-on that have been happening from the customers of Pizzetta. The customers come out of this bar restaurant with open containers and stumble across the parking lot and use the garden as a public restroom. We walk our dog early in the morning, and he has unfortunately discovered used toilet paper, tampons, and vomit. This is a regular occurrence. Customers also damage the garden by stumbling through it. They use it as an after-party tailgate option. They have moved planters to remove furniture from the garden. They leave behind all their garbage, bottles, cans, pizza boxes, and I've spent countless hours cleaning up after these events. The customers leave Pizzetta really without depth perception, balance, or complete control of their bladder and bowels, nor any modesty to speak of, because they just do what they want, because there's apparently not enough bathrooms at Pizzetta. And I'm having a difficult time understanding why they only have one functioning bathroom in this establishment, and that does not adequately accommodate the customers, the employees, and the DJs and entertainment. Mystic is a lovely historic town, and it's for all age groups, and visitors are generally kind and respectful. And we as residents are really good neighbors, and we support the local businesses. We also know most of the owners and staff by name, and we understand that businesses want to expand by adding rooftop bars and et cetera, but our town can't absorb all the extra vehicles, noise, and destruction of peace of mind and property. There needs to be rules and there needs to be enforcement, monitoring by public officials, building codes enforced, and public and health and safety officials checking in. It is really disgusting to walk out your door and find just that your yard is turned into a bathroom. So I'm hoping that we can all work together to help make this better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, and I want to thank you. You know, my health has not been good this year, and if it weren't for you, the garden wouldn't be this year.
Thank you.
So if I'm afraid to go into the garden, Rodolfo's afraid to go into the garden at night, amazingly, there is an intellectually brilliant young woman who's also intrepid and brave. Our great niece took over my garden, our garden, Sue and my garden at this point, our garden this summer for 3 weeks while we were on vacation. Sue needed to be out of town, we were out of town, and so Megan Sight Smith came to stay over in the condo and to water. And she's our great niece, and we're very, very proud of what she found. Megan? Here she is. Megan? We're not hearing you. Louder.
There you go. You just muted yourself again.
Here she is.
Hi, hello
Hi.
everyone, and thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As my aunt mentioned, my name is Megan Sight Smith, and I'm her niece and my uncle Nathan Cushman, and they are residents of Steamboat Wharf. As I stayed there, I was able to observe quite a bit that was quite alarming, and I wanted to share that with you. So I wanted to share my experience over the course specifically of a weekend night while in the condo in August. While I was tasked with helping tend to the garden, as she mentioned, as well as I was caring for it, for the garden watering, I was struck by the sheer number of people who paused to share their compliments. Some said this garden was their happy place, and others said that they made a point to include a walk to this beautiful garden as a part of their day, and actually made a side visit just to come by there. The love that they shared for the garden warmed my heart, as I know what an investment of love, time, and resources it has been for my aunt over these past many, many years. Unfortunately, this past August, I noticed that starting around 10 p.m. and later on weekends, the music emanating from Pizzetta became extremely loud. When I tried to sleep from 10 p.m. until 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, the music, specifically the bass, was so loud and powerful that despite my using earplugs, a fan, a white noise machine, I could still hear the music from Pizzetta and could feel the bass pumping through the bed. It made sleeping impossible. As this pattern repeated itself every Friday and Saturday night I stayed at Steamboat Wharf, I was both exhausted by the resulting sleep deprivation and saddened at how much Pizzetta's activities had completely changed the environment of the area that I lovingly remembered from spending time at Steamboat Wharf throughout my childhood. In addition to the noise, neighbor Sue and her husband Bob continued to find evidence of people peeing in the garden as she has described. Since I was unable to sleep on Friday, August 19th, I decided to sit on the bench in the garden to observe what was happening. I was shocked. After 10 p.m., patrons from Pizzetta's after hours would make a beeline to the garden, the alley beside the garden, and the area next to the art museum to publicly urinate. There was no hesitation. It was clear that they knew where they were going, as if they had urinated there before or had been directed to relieve themselves there. I called the police multiple times about the public urination, and when I reported that patrons from Bezetta had put chairs outside of their vehicle and were drinking alcohol in the parking lot, the police eventually came and spoke to those individuals, who proceeded to go back to Bezetta. Over the course of the evening, between 10 p.m. and 2:30 a.m., I saw between 30 and 35 individuals walk from Bezetta and publicly urinate in the area next to the garden, next to the museum, beside cars in the parking lot. Some did so multiple times. Often they would return to Bezetta after urinating. I saw many people stumble drunkenly out of Bezetta, then proceed to get in the driver's seat of a car and leave the premises. I was shocked at the disregard shown for the property and how out of line this activity was with how lovely a place so many have known it to be. Please visit the garden. I think you will find that it is stunning and worth protecting. And thank you for your time, and I'd like to give my remaining time back to my handsome son.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Is there anyone else in your group? Is there anyone else in your group? What's your name?
Okay, I'd just like to say one more thing. That this weekend, I was watering the garden, and an employee that I know from Pizzetta came over and apologized to me, and he said, "You know, we've been telling them to go outside and pee in the bushes, but Miss Susan, we did not tell them to pee in your garden."
Hi, good evening. My name is Sandra Chapman. I am a resident of the city of Groton, and I am a manager at Steamboat Inn in downtown Mystic. The owner is Walter Glazer. I would like to add to concerns regarding the proposed rooftop bar at the Mariner Restaurant. The Mariner Restaurant on West Main Street in downtown Mystic. You saw the picture earlier of the alley with the Gilbert building with the residence. It's actually right across the driveway from that building. Steamboat Inn is located on the river in downtown Mystic and offers year-round luxury accommodations. The inn has a total of 11 rooms. 7 of those rooms are located on the front of the building, which faces the Mariner Restaurant. This is 85 feet from the entrance to the inn. 5 parking spots basically next to each other. The volume of noise from this proposal would be detrimental to the inn and the surrounding buildings. On the dock in the front of Steamboat Inn, on the water side, the river side, we have no noise please after 8 p.m. signs located throughout the area, in kind. The downtown merchants, and I'm on the board for the downtown merchants, the Downtown Merchants Association have worked hard in promoting downtown Mystic for the historic downtown destination that it has become. Mystic is considered the tourism gem of the state. Everyone wants to use the name Mystic. And whilst we all want to see it progress economically and grow, a noise ordinance needs to be strictly enforced. Going forward, how will that happen? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on my list, I have Michael Boucher.
Hi. Hi.
Just need your
I'm
name
Judy
and address.
Harper. I'm also a resident of Steamboat Wharf. My husband bought the property 33 years ago, and I joined him 20 years ago. So we've been in Mystic for a long time. We always feel that when we are part of a community, we like to be responsible neighbors. We like to give to the community in many ways, in time, in talent, and in philanthropically. So we've always had a special place in our heart for Mystic. A few years ago, my husband said to me as we were driving through town, Mystic is becoming a bar town. I don't think that most people who've been around Mystic, as we have for a long period of time, or even if you're recent Mystic residents want to be known as a bar town. One of the things that we've always loved about Mystic is we feel that it's a very friendly, neighborly, responsible town. It is not neighborly to own a business where you let people drink irresponsibly. You don't have bouncers or anyone watching the people coming and going from your business. You let them drink and then get in their cars and drive. My husband and I have watched in the evenings because, as people have noted earlier, it's very difficult to sleep because of the noise. The people that are frequenting Pizzetta are the age of our children and our grandchildren. One of these days, as these people get into their cars and drive to where they're from, because it is not Mystic. It's Rhode Island, it's New London, and other areas in Connecticut. But who is going to be responsible for not doing anything? It's going to be us. Because we've been sitting by and watching this happen. Because in areas where you have a club, you have dancing, you have music, you have overcrowded facilities with only one restroom, you are not listening to what people are saying and letting people outside after 10:30 to gather in large groups in a neighborhood, and then many people, because we've seen them stumbling through the parking lot to their cars, are being overserved. And we are allowing them to get in these cars and drive a distance outside of Mystic. What are we going to do if something tragic happens? We are going to ask ourselves why, when we had the opportunity to do something to stop this. And now what are we doing? We not only have this problem, but we're going to create more problems by allowing more bars to build more clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Michael Boucher. I have. I don't have them. I need them on my list.
Who's next? Susie, do you have Susie on your list? This is the one.
Sue Vincent?
I have a.
Sue Vincent?
Okay.
Yeah, Sue Vincent's on.
Yeah, I have Susan Vincent. She could speak next.
She's on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Vincent. I live at 1 New London Road. I, too, have lived in Mystic and enjoyed all of the advantages and the wonderful location that we've had for nearly 30 years. Earlier this year, moving on down the street from Steamboat Wharf, the Port of Call restaurant and the Dive Bar, which happily announces that they stay open really late, opened in our area. It's a beautiful facility. It's a very popular one, and I have had a good deal of trouble sleeping this past summer frequently there are large numbers of people coming out and congregating outside, not on the patio. They have actually built a patio that I guess they're waiting for permission to use because they don't use the patio. They congregate right outside the door, and they're drinking and they're talking loudly and they are laughing. 1:32 and later. It's a residential area. There are a lot of people who are just not used to the idea of crowds of people walking down the street and then congregating. So the idea that this increased number of party spots in Mystic bothers me as well, because I'm afraid that we're going to end up with an anything goes reputation in Mystic. We talked about a bar town, a party town. That's all. I'm happy that people are having a good time, but I think the noise ordinance should be, if it's at all possible for it to be monitored, that at least if there is some regulation that will give the potential safety issues and also the visual police presence would go a long way to act as a deterrent and improve the reputation of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
So from our group, we had a few people, just one more quick second. We had a few people leave for the historic meeting because there was a meeting about the Mariner rooftop bar. So that's how they left over there, because their meeting was at 7 o'clock. But if I can just summarize that we brought all these people here. We've been dealing with this for the last 4, probably longer years. I've only been there for 5 years. The 4 points that I talked about was the enforcing of the ordinance. That is super important, not only for us now, but for us for the future growth of Mystic. The illegal urinating should be unacceptable. I'm just going to tell you, it's gross. It's not just someone running to the bush. It's actually using the bathroom in our home. It just can't happen. The unsafe of drinking and congregating and getting in their car and driving through our lots and driving through the gates, it's just something that shouldn't happen. And we got to get that to stop. It's only going to cause us a bigger problem. So those 3 points, on top of potentially approving new patios and new rooftops, I just would like you guys to reconsider that. Just consider the fact that we need to fix those ordinances and hold people accountable. We live and work in Mystic. We love being here. You heard that. We do not love what it is becoming, and we would like each of you to consider other options and outcomes to ordinances and approvals before you are giving it. I appreciate the support and the action taken over the last week that we had from the police and the town. We would like Mystic to provide a message that Mystic should not be known as the new place to go clubbing. Thank you for your time tonight, and if there's any questions we can answer, we are here to answer those. Thank you. No.
Next on my list, I have Michael Boucher.
Yes, I can.
Is that it? Okay, worthy cause. Michael Boucher, 16 Hillside Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the tenants of Branford Manor. I had the honor very recently to spend an evening with a kind Spanish-speaking tenant of Branford Manor, going door to door at several buildings located in Branford Manor. The families and individuals living there were wonderful to meet and talk with. Good people. I wish more counselors could meet them. They hope, like all of us, to provide a safe, healthy, and well-maintained home for themselves and their families. It was an eye-opening experience to listen to and in some cases view the problems they face. At one apartment, we were asked to please come back because the man of the house was working, but he was sure he'd want to talk to us. He caught up with us later. He was walking to another apartment to take a shower because he had no water. We met a woman opening a door to what we thought was her apartment, but she said, "No, I am here running in quick just to grab a few things for my daughter." We were told the apartment is not safe to live in, and her daughter only recently got out of the hospital with serious lung problems. "There is mold in there," she said. She hurried in, gathered what she needed, and left. As we went door to door, the tales of mold, the sadness of having to throw away personal items located in the basements, the harsh house rules that residents have to live by, complaints of rats, bugs, and poor building maintenance. I saw a power line just hanging from a basement ceiling, connected to nothing. Stairs that wiggled back and forth, and a handrail for stairs that was not connected tight to the wall. It was simply held there by extended screws loosely. Maybe one of the most surprising things was one of those new bathtub inserts over the existing tubs. The owner pushed down on the tub floor, and you could hear the squish of something underneath. One can only wonder what was growing underneath the tub. Unrepaired, tenant repaired, and waiting to be repaired all existed at the same time. Broken basement windows with cracks and holes were simply filled with expansion foam. It's a little scary to think about that maybe we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. It was quite an experience for a couple of hours. I wish to remind the mayor and council, the tenants of Branford Manor vote in Groton for the positions you hold. They live in Groton. They pay taxes in Groton, and their children go to school in Groton. The town has signed a tax agreement with the owners of Branford Manor that will kick back $500,000 in tax dollars this year alone back to the owners. The terms of the agreement have not been met, and the second most troubling for me after seeing and hearing about the conditions of how some families are living is why. Why is the town and city unable to produce the quarterly construction reports as required by the tax agreement? It was requested from me under the Information Freedom Act, but no such construction reports seem to exist. Why do we have mold complaints before, during, and after an $18.5 million Branford Manor rehabilitation? Why was a City of Groton certificate of completion and approval given to the owners, with mold still a problem? Why hasn't the city or town attorney pursued legal action to help the tenants? Why hasn't the state housing prosecutor been contacted about the mold and other issues? Why are there no documents available like that city housing renting code and the rental complaint form in Spanish to hand out to our Spanish-speaking residents? The City of Groton P&Z officer has stated mold is unsanitary and is a rental code violation. There is much work to be done, and Groton families wait. Please assist in any way and every way possible. Outreach is extremely important in this matter. With our Spanish and other non-English speaking tenants, it's very hard to communicate with them. My interpreter feels nervous and intimidated, and at this time is no longer able to help me. I, by myself, cannot do much. I'm not even allowed to go on the property and speak on my own. It's not allowed. The town and city needs to move forward and do something to help these people. You're not reaching everyone. You're not hearing the whole story. It's pretty disturbing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Jen Surf, followed by Susan Vincent.
Nope, she already spoke.
She spoke, okay.
So, hi, my name is Genevieve Surf. I live at 6 Pearl Street in Mystic. I don't know which group to link up with, the Branford Manor, the group, or the Mystic group. I might start with the Mystic group because I live at 6 Pearl Street and I have a nice little garden there. I'm right next to the Harp and Hound. I love Leo Roche, but the people who come out of the Harp and Hound come into my yard all the time and they pee there as well because I come in, I find all kinds of burnt out flowers and all kinds of debris of glasses and food leftovers and these smoke things, these vapor sticks all over the place, unused masks. I have to clean up there nonstop. It's kind of tragic that I've moved to Mystic 2 years ago, as these people said, when it was still a really nice place. And now it isn't a nice place anymore. We could make it a nice place if you all act right away. And I don't know why we cannot have 1 or 2 police officers on duty on weekend evenings in Mystic, walking around, just like we've had some officers in schools when there have been problems. We have some officers just there. I mean, we have probably over 70 police officers in the force. And if people knew that they had a presence there, and if you gave out fines for, public urination, vomiting, and all these other things, you probably gave up $100 fines. The word would get around pretty quickly, and people would stop doing that. There's absolutely no reason, if it's enforced, and this is not that hard to enforce. It's really a no-brainer. If it were enforced, and maybe you could just stop building number of bars, that would be good too. Maybe Mystic could go back to being the nice, peaceful place that it used to be. But noise after 10 o'clock is ridiculous. I mean, I can't complain because I'm deaf, so I don't hear when I'm inside anyway, but I feel sorry for these poor people. And also, I think it's bad for the reputation of the town, because more and more it's turning into Provincetown. Debris, restaurants, clubs everywhere, tourist shops everywhere, but no residents. It's not a place where residents want to live anymore. And that's what Mystic is turning into. There's lots of houses going up for sale. So the second thing I wanted to talk about was Branford Manor. And I wanted to mention an article in the Connecticut Examiner that just came out. Let me see now, I've had it on my here, and of course the phone is not behaving. Here, it's the title of the article, and I'll send it to Betsy so she can send it to you. The title of the article is Connecticut Tenants Are Unionizing to Improve Their Housing. Here's How. And it's not the Examiner, it's the Connecticut Mirror. And it points out in this article that of the over $1 billion in ARPA funds that Connecticut has received, only 1% of these ARPA funds have been designated to help with affordable housing. And I started thinking about what we're doing in Groton with our ARPA funds. And the only thing that I could think of is the first thing that hit me when I first saw the list of proposed things is that we were going to get these new bathrooms for the golf course for $400,000. And now actually the total ARPA funds, I don't know if that's changed. I haven't kept up with it. I don't even know where to find these ARPA funds. I wish somebody one day would explain how this works. Who's going to make the final decision? Where's the final list? How does it work? Because to me, to spend $1 million of our whatever, two or three that we have on the golf course, when we have such a huge problem in Branford Manor, is unacceptable. I had a humidity problem in the house that I lived because it was on very wet ground, and I had mold all over the place. I paid for the guys to come in. They measured the 19 different kinds of mold, and they said, get a dehumidifier. I got a dehumidifier. I put it down in the basement. I set it to 40, which is, you didn't notice those little needles there, but I did. If you set your dehumidifier to 40 and it dehumidifies down to 40, I guarantee you the mold goes away. So the first thing you could do is get whatever their name is, Reliable or whatever, get them to get some dehumidifiers for those basements, for God's sake, and start dehumidifying. They'll have to pay the electric bill, but until they correct all the problems, it will at least bring some relief to the tenants. And also, I really highly recommend that we take some of our ARPA funds and deflect it from the golf course and redirect it to helping the Branford Manor people. I wouldn't at all mind if we collaborated with the landlords as a gesture of goodwill, collaborate with them and contribute a little of our ARPA money to them to help them do this. And also, I'd like to see a project plan. When I worked for Verizon for 23 years, corporate America, we never lifted a finger without a project plan. If our manager said, okay, I need, whatever, millions of dollars for my team next year to do X, Y, Z, first thing they did is they brought in the consultants. What are the requirements? Write down all the requirements. Make the project plan. Who's in charge of what? when is this and that going to be due? How many steps are there? And every week we would meet, and if you didn't meet your deliverables, you were in trouble. I don't understand why we can't do that with Branford Manor. This is like such a simple problem. You know, have deliverables, have dates. So the final thing I want to talk about is the Planning and Zoning Commission. There has been a lot of sort of action lately about the members. There are 2 seats available on the Planning and Zoning Commission. The chair, Jeff Pritchard, has recommended Steve Hudasek, who's at least a 20-year-old commission member, because he was the chair of the zoning commission before the zoning commission got terminated, or rather, actually, he was forced to resign the chair, and that was all a very complicated story. Anyway, Steve always hung in there. He's extremely knowledgeable about planning and zoning. He's extremely reliable, extremely nice guy, works well with others, and I really would love to see him be appointed by the town council, because I think the committee's already done it. I would like to see him appointed to the seat that Jeff Pritchard wants him to take. I won't say any more than that because I don't want to, but I think also that we have to, you know, I know a number of town councilors, and I won't name any, want to be business friendly, but you see too much business friendliness and not enough attention to what our commissions recommend gets us a situation that we have now in Mystic, where it's really getting to be almost unlivable. It's not a good place to live. And what's going to happen is that property values are going to start coming down unless the Airbnbs buy them. And the place will start to get a bad reputation, like Provincetown. Nobody ever takes their kids to Provincetown. They only go there to party. And Newport was the same thing.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
It's party, 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 vomit on the streets, urine on the streets, and the people who live there can barely take it.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Covered my 3 topics.
All right. Next on my list, I have Kelly Polson from Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. Exactly as I said in the last Town Council meeting, Officer Boudreau, Lieutenant Minor, and Lorena Clark are amazingly wonderful people and are not, I repeat, not the Groton officers that were bullying me with my neighbor as a witness on July 15th, immediately after I was bullied by multiple neighbors. The Public Works Department and their road crew are all wonderful, talented, and very hardworking. Respectfully request residential light trespass ordinance requiring lights to be shielded and lights to be aimed down on their property. This is my house with 4 lights on across the street from me. This is my house with 3 lights on across the street from me. Not much difference. This is the light coming into my triple cell blinds in my living room from the light pole across the street. This is the extremely large, very bright LED rope light, flag light on the house diagonally across the street from me. Respectfully, my house and my property have been flooded with light trespass from my neighbor's house for over a year and a half and over 5 years counting the people who lived there before them. The other neighbor across the street from me has a very large LED flag made up of multiple strands of LED lights that he leaves on 24/7. Not only have I had to deal with excessive light trespass for 5 years, I have also had to deal with bullying neighbors thinking they can do anything they want, anytime they want with my property for over 5 years. This includes, but not limited to, driving on my property, purposely driving on my grass, parking on my property and refusing to move, neighbor's friend backing his tractor trailer flatbed truck across my lawn onto my septic, walking all over my property, even all the way up to the windows of my house, picking items from my yard, letting their dogs pee, poop, and vomit on my property, walking and standing on my property to allow their dogs to pee all over the gardens that are purposely not close to the road, allowing their kids to climb on my property in front of me and then giving me an attitude when I tell them to get off my property. A grandmother and granddaughter running around in my driveway, both screeching at the top of their lungs. They're yelling, name calling, cussing, and major attitude towards me when I ask them to get off my property and then have to tell them to get off my property. Screaming at me when I block their access to park on my property, stealing my property that I use to block them from parking on my property. I was told by police to block the area with very large, heavy items so that can't be stolen, and the bullies immediately started complaining to the town about my property. Screaming at me for trying to plant grass seed on my property and blocking their access to walk all over my property and my grass seed. Screaming at me to cut the grass in the corner of my yard that I had to purposely grow to keep them off my property. Going into my fenced-in backyard when I'm not home without my permission. This excessive bullying needs to stop. This has been going on for over 5 years. This is my home, my property, my safety. Who is and isn't allowed on my property is solely my decision. They, their lights, their vehicles, their dogs, their kids, their guests, anyone affiliated with them, their mouths and their attitudes are to stay completely off my property. The neighbors have zero say over my property, and they are not to trespass on my property. Respectfully request the police to enforce no trespassing without giving me, the property owner, a hard time, and not to any way try to undermine who is and who isn't allowed on my property. This is my decision and my safety. This is my home, and I have every right to enjoy my property without them trespassing or light trespassing into my home every single night. Many towns in Connecticut have light trespass and light pollution ordinances that state lights need to be shielded and are not to be seen above ground level from other properties. Floodlights are not allowed. They are aggressively floodlighting my house. They are escalating. Respectfully request residential light trespass ordinance like many towns in Connecticut already have. Thank you for your time. Hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a petition of over 125 signatures from people around the state or the town, submitted by Kelly Polson and Heather Parody. That's on our records.
Thank you.
No, the petition is for a light. Actually, I'll read it to you. We, the undersigned electors of the town of Groton, hereby present this petition to Groton Town Council with the request for the enactment of an ordinance to limit light trespass and pollution. We certify that we are electors of the town, residing at the addresses opposite our names, and that we have signed this petition on the dates opposite our names, that we did not sign more than one petition for this cause.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Will Getz.
I do not see them on there.
Okay. Ian Thomas.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just not to belabor the points, but Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive, Groton. I'd like to align my comments with Michael Boucher's from earlier in the evening as far as the concern over the Branford Manor situation. It's not being addressed as assertively as it could be by the ownership there, and I think the city and town need to take some strong moves. As I spoke about last month, I would encourage you all to explore the default options and the mechanisms at play there in order to compel compliance. The money, it's hard to figure out where the money went. The construction reports are lacking. I've asked the mayor in the city a number of times for the reports, and he's basically told me to go look in the basement myself. I am not the one getting paid $80,000 a year to be the chief executive officer of a municipality, so I don't feel how that should be my job in particular. In regards to the meeting that happened about 2 weeks ago on the 23rd, that was, I felt, with the committee of the whole, the town council hosted related to the city mayor and legislate health district. That was insufficient information. The attorney for the tenants spoke earlier tonight, and I would encourage the mayor of the town and the town council as a whole to invite her and the tenants to sit at the table for the next meeting, along with Related Affordable, along with the Connecticut Housing Authority, along with the Groton Housing Authority, along with Legislate Health District, and all the attorneys they need to bring. This needs to get resolved quickly, as quickly as possible. It's already been way too long, and it's absolutely shameful that the city and the town are not taking a stronger position in advocating for the residents at Branford Manor. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing some action.
Thank you. That's everyone I have on my list from Zoom. Is there anyone else?
There's not.
There's none. Is there anyone present who would like to speak that hasn't already spoke? Okay, seeing none. That'll close the receipt of citizens' petitions. On to responses to citizens' petitions, comments, and concerns. In accordance with Freedom of Information Act rules, responses to citizens' petitions will be limited to asking clarifying questions with no further elaboration or opinion to be given. Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, for the town manager, as far as the rooftop structures, which have been way ongoing prior to my attendance on the council, who approves those structures?
Planning and Zoning Commission, and
Okay.
before they left, I talked to Ms. Speck before she left. She's aware of that. They all knew that it's going to actually go to the PZC. She just wanted to relay the concerns, and they plan on attending the PZC.
So planning and zoning approve those structures?
Yeah. And then I asked John Ryan to make sure they get notice of it.
And what are we doing downtown as far as, you know, safety and concern? I know we brought in all those junior safety. What are we doing? Because other areas do have support mechanisms in place where you wouldn't be able to get away with any of that because it'd be patrolled properly.
Well, in terms of the CSOs, we did not get anybody. There was nobody applying until late in the year, so we really didn't have those this summer. We just couldn't find people, and we were so busy trying to get regular officers that tied them up a lot too. Part of what they run into is of course, you heard that they've gone out there. And
Right,
the,
but that's
zoning enforcement officer issued a violation to Pizzetta last week for operating after 10. The Chief Sorrow brought in the liquor commission to come in and talk with each of the restaurants, bars about the rules and what can happen if you don't follow them. And then you saw where they used a Pizzetta, the area that they weren't permitted for. That was reported over the weekend, and the enforcement officer is creating a violation for that. The planning and police have been coming up with what they could do. They can't be there, the police cannot be there with current staffing every weekend. There's another place in town that takes a car every single weekend on weeknights over at US 12, because there's always something going on. So we're trying to figure that out, what we can do for next summer to have more staffing in place. We need another enforcement officer there that can go in the evenings, that can call them right on it, and then we also need an officer that can be out there at all times. I've also relayed to Chief Sorrow and to John Reiner, the planning director, that we should look at the fire marshal too, to see if they can come out in the evening sometime and ticket for being over the limit, because it looks like they have to be over the limit.
any thought of asking the businesses to staff that? Have you guys gone that way yet? So for example, like college towns that I lived in, like in Worcester or like Newport was explained, businesses actually hire a company, like a security company, to come in to make sure the partying doesn't escalate beyond the perimeter. So, I mean, is that something?
I think they can do that if they wanted under existing, and I think we really need to use the stick of the liquor commission. My understanding is that, I don't know if the word's gotten out to everyone, but the liquor commission, my understanding is, was really strong in their wording last week. So hopefully, you know, we keep up that, because if they go after 10, they can lose their license. Or whatever their permit says. It's usually 10, I'm just saying 10. You know, it could be something else.
Yeah. And then question with the Branford, you know, what the construction reports that have been asked at several meetings, where do we stand with those?
We do not have them. The city, I don't believe, has found them yet. However, of course, they were being inspected along the way and received COs at the end. So the city inspectors were there throughout it. We received the documents on what was being spent, and just some other information. So we got the quarterly or annual reports, but not the.
Wouldn't we want those if we're abating
Well, they've
those
already
taxes?
received-
Wouldn't we want them as a town staff to have those on our records? Shouldn't we request them as a town staff?
It really doesn't give us anything useful for this. Because they were, like I said, the inspectors were there regularly, checking the apartments during the construction, and actually it's halted construction a couple times. There's nothing that would be in those that would be helpful to us, for instance, because we don't even have the building inspectors for that. But I don't think it would help the city either. But it doesn't do anything for us at all.
And then my other question is,
Somebody's coming to my-
where's the,
Hello?
Yeah, that's fine. I could hear you. In response to the busing and the delayed, I mean, as a town manager, what documents do we have that are protecting us as far as, ways in which we should move forward here?
I was going to give an update at my.
Okay, that's fine if you want to do it there. Yeah, if we can respond at the update then, so.
So in terms of, it's my first time been aware of the current bus issues, and that's something we would related that we want to see resolved. We can't tell them what to do, we can request, they're usually pretty responsive, but we can't, even if we were to put them in default, it would be to say, this list of apartments have these things to repair, that's what it would be. And we'd have to the attorneys would come up with a reasonable amount of time to fix them.
So is it possible to have Groton Housing Authority at the meetings as well?
I've been, Rob, I talked to Rob Capoletti, the director there. They don't, he wasn't here during that time. He said they don't really have any information on it. He didn't have anything in his files. I don't think they have much they could do at this point.
Okay, it would be good to invite them, they can say it. Because, the amount of money that we have put into this, as it was reported that the mold was there before, during, and after, and so 1.8 went into this, and then the taxes we were abating. Do we have documentation that we feel safe enough as a town that the money was used adequately to properly fix these? Where's our checks and balances?
Well, we have the list of what it was spent on, the proof of being spent. The city it was responsible for inspecting what was done, and the city believes there was not mold at the end of the inspection of what was renovated. For instance, I do know for one thing, a couple of the pictures were from a couple of years ago, and that's no longer the condition. But it's really more questions for the city building inspector on some of those things.
And my last question was, it seems to me that some residents are moving into what they're calling refurbished units, and they're, having problems with water and mold. Are you finding that to be true, or what's going on?
Nothing's been reported to me on that. And for instance, it's something that we're surely going to ask about tomorrow. Mayor Hedrick had asked about Ms. Alvarez's residence. Now, according to Heather Phillips at Branford, she said that part of the paperwork's been filled out and they're just finishing up paperwork to move her. But so you get two different kinds of things. And the tenants will be here, of course, at the 27th cow to ask further. But it's some of these things mentioned, Mayor Hedrick and I will address with them.
Okay.
I was taking notes during it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager Burt, just one question on the pizzeria, saying that they only have one restroom at the restaurant. Is there not also a public restroom just right there? And
I don't know what the hours are, though. I don't know if it's.
I was told today by people walking by yesterday, people walking by the garden, that the one bathroom they have is not functioning all year.
Okay.
And
There's
the
two
town
bathrooms.
bathroom is very close
Oh,
by.
yeah.
It's locked at night.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I think at 8 o'clock, yeah.
All right. So,
right.
I guess my question is, can we just look into maybe that situation? Maybe that could help the situation out. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. So the noise after 10 o'clock is a planning and zoning enforcement issue.
Correct.
The approval of rooftop zoning is for planning and zoning as well.
Commission. The commission. So the Planning and Zoning Commission issues the permits for any of that type of usage. Now, once it's issued by the Planning and Zoning Commission, then it's the planning staff, the
planning official, and the zoning enforcement officer to enforce.
Right, but what I'm asking is the rooftops, having approval for rooftop, you know, dining or whatever at Pizzetta or at the Mariner, that is for the Planning and Zoning Commission, is that correct?
For the approval, yes.
And they approved Pizzetta's,
Right.
obviously.
But I do believe there has to be a lot more enforcement, though, for the after 10 o'clock. And, you know, some of what we run into in the past is a little ticket of $100 doesn't mean a lot to them, so that's why we need the liquor control.
And then the lack of restrooms, which is, if they have I don't know what their max occupancy is, but I would assume that they would have to have so many bathrooms per how many seats they have.
That should have been looked at by the planning commission
That's
during the process.
also Planning and
yeah.
Zoning Commission, correct?
Yes.
And we've had people show up here tonight, and over the years, we have had some noise complaints, and they've been from different people.
Right.
And, but then when you have things such as drunk in public or public urination, those would be laws. That's not, I mean, I'm just trying to show.
Oh, yeah,
that-
we could definitely ticket when seen.
So, I mean, even though if they have our support from the council of what, you know, of what's going on in downtown Mystic in the evenings on these weekends, some of these things are enforceable by these other departments and not, I don't know exactly as the council, our role on what the role of the council is. It is not our job to actually direct town staff or the police on what they should be doing. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, we're not supposed to have any undue influence over them either. So these are enforceable issues, and maybe from what you're saying. And as you have said, I've also notated here as well, have there been complaints regarding the over-serving to the state of Connecticut, and is their license going to be reviewed due to that?
I don't think they've received any complaints. Like I said, the Liquor Commission sent representatives and spent the day here sometime mid to late last week, maybe Thursday. And one of our officers, one of our sergeants, went to every restaurant and bars. They met with owners and managers, and they told them what the rules are and what can make you lose your license, including not abiding by the time limit. And they did mention about they told them, you know, if you overserve, you can lose your license.
Right.
But I don't believe there's been a complaint issued or sent to them.
All right.
At least I don't know of.
Okay, and does the deck have a certificate of occupancy?
Say that again.
The deck at
Yeah.
Pizzetta, does it have a certificate of
Not
occupancy?
the one they're speaking of.
So it's being used without a certificate of occupancy?
Well, it's the first we've heard of it this time. We hadn't heard of it before. And like I mentioned, the zoning enforcement officer is doing a violation on that. They can't use it until they have the CO, obviously.
All right, and then when it comes to this situation at Branford Manor, would you give a synopsis on what the EPA report came in and has said about that? I mean, I've read the report, and I would like you to give maybe a public synopsis on that at some point.
Well, it's more, yeah, I was going to give a little update of what was said during my thing. I mean, I could do it here now, but do you want me to?
No, you can wait till then. That's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kassiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burt, I just want to clarify, since it was referenced a couple of times, that the town of Groton does not actually have a noise ordinance, correct?
Correct, but we can ticket for undue noise. We have that ability.
Right.
Right, and they issued one at Pizzetta 2 weekends ago, maybe, and literally what we heard is they don't care about a $100 ticket. So that's why we brought the liquor commission. Once we heard that, that's why we brought the liquor commission in.
Just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
because it was referenced, but the town of Groton does not actually have a noise ordinance. I also just want to clarify that anyone can call the town of Groton Police Department non-emergency number if they are witnessing vandalism, public disturbances, or noise complaints, and we would not encourage residents to self-police these
Right.
issues, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And in terms of even the light pollution, if there were, she mentioned trespassing, she can certainly call the police on that.
Great. Well, that brings me to my next question. I just want to clarify that an LED light was recently removed, an excessive LED light was recently removed from Laurelwood Drive.
Yeah, I've for months had officers now and then going by checking on the lighting. Sometimes the lights are on, sometimes they're not when they go by. Chief Fusaro went by himself a few weeks back and got involved himself directly and met with neighbors and all that. And the big light was taken, the main culprit was taken down. Now, he went after it was down again to see what it looked like with those others. He said there's a tree blocking. He didn't feel that the light was as much of an issue after the big one was down. But
Thank you. And also, I was also going to clarify that does our town police department have the staffing levels for foot patrols as it removes officers from their regularly assigned sectors and patrol cars?
they don't at this moment. Now, we're not still yet fully staffed either. So Chief Fassard and I have been talking about it. We certainly want someone down in Mystic. We think it's needed in the summer.
Right, as there is a nationwide police shortage, correct?
Right.
Thank
We're
you.
making a lot of progress. We're getting there. So
Great. Thank
getting
you.
a little better.
Thank you. And I'll just note that Counselor Parker joined us at 6:57 quite a while ago. Counselor Parker?
My question, I believe Steve, can you guys hear me first off?
Yes,
Yes.
I can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I believe Steve Mansfield was here a couple of weeks ago and stated that if anyone has found concerns at Branford Manor, to report those. And I believe a couple of people spoke tonight saying that they went by some homes. And if they had concerns, they can file on behalf of that person so that it can be inspected. Correct?
I mean, they could certainly notify the city or legislate, either for any issues. What's that? On behalf of a citizen? You would have to, no, it should have some sort of stake in it or be the attorney.
The complaint.
Though, once that tenants union's in place, I certainly think they could pass stuff on.
The complaints can be anonymous, so it could be from anybody.
That it could be from anyone, he said. They can fill it out on someone's behalf. So since several
Not
people
sure
have
it's
gone
good.
out, they could. It's
Okay.
not a complaint. It's a form that you can fill in if you've noticed the mold issues, to send it in to Ledgelight so they can come out and inspect the homes.
I do know Legislate will do it anonymously.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify the people that they can have someone else fill out the form for them and send it in on their behalf so that Ledgelight can come and inspect their homes and so that we can get this taken care of. Thank you.
Just a reminder, whether it's the building department or Legislate, they'll still have to contact the owner for permission to access the unit. So,
Thank you.
Point of information, or clarifying. Wouldn't it make sense, John, if we really shouldn't be putting the onus on the tenants? Wouldn't it make sense if every unit was inspected? Couldn't we force that from the town side?
No, we can't from the
no.
town side, not for building. But if we can get, once I get my update, I think there's some more discussion to be had on that.
I would think if, we have a stake in the game here, which we do, a financial, ownership a liability that we're all paying.
It's city staff that would
Right,
inspect,
but
though,
we
not
can
us.
still state that every unit should be inspected.
We can ask, but
Yeah,
it's
we
the
could
city
ask.
that does
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
We have no power to.
But we
make
could
them.
ask.
We can ask, certainly.
Absolutely. Thank
And
you.
the city's been addressing that, and I can do that when I get my update.
Counselor Westervelt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question I had from a statement that was made by Mr. Boucher. Why, may I ask him directly,
Up to the mayor.
Mr. Mayor? Or I'll just ask the question. Why would Mr. Boucher not be allowed to be on the property at Branford Manor? Is that because it's a private property? Or is there some other reason why he's not allowed to be there?
Oh, I don't have that answer.
It is?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we take a break?
All right. We'll take a break at 8:17 and we'll be back at 8:25.
Recording stopped.
All right, John, we're good to go.
Recording in progress.
We're back from recess at 8:30 and on to the consent calendar. I'll make a motion to move the consent calendar consisting of the August 2nd, 2022 minutes and the special trust fund contributions from August.
Second, Jones?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Jones. All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to communications and reports. Councilor Kasiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I have received various emails and correspondence regarding the Mystic Education Center, Branford Manor, a FOIA request regarding Groton Mystic Youth Football League and Groton Little League donations, Complete Street, short-term rentals, noise complaints, and RTM matters. Thank you.
Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Good evening. Received the same correspondence Councilor Kasiri received. Also had a property reuse committee meeting on August 17th. Also had one on August 31st. We also have a hybrid meeting scheduled tomorrow night at 5:30 for the public to comment on the draft proposal that the councilors have put together of that property reuse committee. Invite the public to come comment and provide any comments you have. It would greatly be appreciated. We'll also have representation from the EDC as well as the planning and zoning at that meeting as well. Also attended the EDC commission meeting on last Thursday, the 1st of September, and I'd like to take this opportunity to make a referral. I believe that with all of the discussion that we've had on short-term rentals, noises caused by them, the data center, there was a lot of noise topics that were brought up, and tonight again with all the matters with the Pizzetta discussion, I'd like to make the referral that we establish or review a noise ordinance for the town, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I've had lots of emails and everything concerning the Mystic Educational Center foremost, but also short-term rentals, as well as the noise problems and problems with the proposed bars downtown. Additionally, I attended the Property Reuse Committee meeting with Councilors Bordelon and Councilor McBride. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
As it was already stated about the different, the FOIA request, also all the various emails, attended the, can't think of the name of the committee at this time, Property Reuse Committee on the 17th and 31st as stated, and tomorrow night we're going to be, presenting, as we go, trying to get as much community involvement as possible. Tomorrow night at 5:30, and I believe it's here, is that correct? 5:30 at the Senior Center, there'll be an option that folks can speak. There also will be a hybrid option, is that correct, John, where people can zoom in?
Yes, I believe so. And just
Is that link up yet, or?
And just to mention, we also, on our news on our website, put them into the policy just so people could see it right off there.
Is the link up yet, since we're only a day out?
I'm not sure.
Because it's not up, I checked.
The agenda said to go to the Groton website for the Zoom meeting details.
Yeah. It is a public, chance for public comment on the document. So review, I encourage anyone that wants to come out to review the document that's up there. It's not the final document. It's just the works of, I don't know if we've had, 6 to 7 meetings by now. And so I encourage everyone to read it and come forward with ideas and thoughts. We need some engagement. We've had a few folks to come out, but not as many as hoped. So again, tomorrow night, 5:30 here at the Senior Center, and I welcome all of the public comments and feedback. What else did as many of you know, I'm really active with the marching band at Fitch, and they had their first meeting that I attended tonight, talking about their plans for, was there a problem with that, the marching band?
What are you talking about?
Just the smirks, just.
I'm
point of order, so I'm just.
Point of order.
Well,
point of order.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. The marching band will be going to Hawaii, and they're starting to fundraise and talk about how that's going to look. I encourage the town to get involved. It's a unique opportunity for members of our high school to represent our community down at Pearl Harbor, and I think it will be an awesome opportunity. Thank you.
And I just want to mention, the link is online for the.
Perfect. Thanks, John.
Thank you. I want to thank Ledgelight Health District. They put on an opioid awareness day event. It took place just outside the library. They invited me to speak to that, and I thought it was a great event, and there was a great turnout. And I hope they going forward. They had a very busy day. I saw their schedule. They were around all the towns that they represent. I also had the privilege to attend the farewell party for Jerry Lock-in. I just want to thank him for his many years of service to the town of Groton. In my short time here, I've worked closely with him on DEI events and on the Gas Coalition, and I've also seen how hard he works at the parades that Parks and Rec puts on. So I just want to thank him for all his work, and he will definitely be missed. Finally, I also had the privilege to attend an art dedication just outside the Thrive 55. Bruce McDermott, a local artist, donated a work of art, and it's just outside here. And during the event, he said that he wanted to spark he wanted to encourage other artists to donate art to the town of Groton, and I think that's a very noble cause, and I hope that's just the start of a movement. That's all I have. Councilor Baumgartner.
Thank you, and just like to reiterate what Mayor Melendez stated. Want to thank Mr. Locken for his 22 years of service. There was a very nice write-up in the day about his time here in Groton, and East Lyme will certainly be better with him leading the helm there. So congratulations on his new gig for the town of East Lyme as the Parks and Rec Director, but hope he doesn't go too far, and certainly will be missed. And no shortage of meetings and people, the meetings and events I've attended over the last few weeks, but I'll move on because I know we got a lot on the agenda.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just also received the same emails and correspondence that the other councilors received, and I would echo the same thing on Mr. Larkin. Saw him, he was almost like the Energizer Bunny. You would see him running up and down the streets during parades. So congratulations on his new gig, and he'll do great where he goes, and we will miss him. So,
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I received most all the communications as was presented here tonight, and spoke with numerous residents in our community. The beautification committee worked this past Labor Day weekend at the police station, and most all the plants were donated by residents, and they're awaiting the mulch. And I'd also like to acknowledge Ed and Sue Patch from Indian Field Road, who have been tending to a newly planted island over there this whole summer. They've been weeding and watering it. In October, the Beautification Committee will be having a Daffodil Sale. It's an annual sale they do, where it's 12 bulbs for $15. And the tentative date is the second Saturday in October at Thrive 55, and there's more information to come on that. I'd also like to wish Mr. Larkin best wishes on his new job, and he will be missed. I watched the Town Reuse Committee meeting. I watched the Personnel and Appointments meeting. I'd also like to notate that I used to also live in the main block in downtown Mystic, right next to the Mariner. And I have seen the beautiful garden, and I appreciate the time and the attention that's going into that garden down in that parking lot. And I noticed it and acknowledged the beauty of it. Let's see, I also moved my son into college. That's a big one this week. And then I'd also like to notate that While I have been on the council, we have brought the noise ordinance forward and have had deliberations on a noise ordinance. And I think historically, it would be prudent for the councilors that were not on the council at the time to review what was discussed back then and the reason for not actually going and having a noise ordinance. If that's going to be a referral, that's going to come before us. And the opportunities and abilities that the police have without having to implement a noise ordinance that has a lot of mandates to it that make it very complicated. That's about it. Thank you.
Counselor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received the same communications as everyone else has received, and I have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk of the RTM?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The RTM will be meeting on September 14th. They've had several committee meetings. The Rules Committee, the Public Safety Committee reviewed the grant for the police department. And tomorrow, the 8th, the Finance Committee will review everything that you've forwarded to them.
Thank you. Clerk of the Council?
Well, we've been very busy in the clerk's office for the residents. My report includes election calendars coming up quickly. We have elections on November 8th is the state election where you'll be voting for governor, with their lieutenant governor, and all the offices for the constitutional officers, which are Secretary of the State, Treasurer, and Attorney General. And then we have our state office, state senator positions and state representative positions, and also one U.S. senator on the slate this year. And absentee ballots will be available starting October 7th. They're 31 days before an election is when we have them ready and available. Now, of course, we do issue 45-day ballots and even a 90-day ballots for military that are out in the field. That's kind of, I won't bore you with that detail and how that looks because we don't have candidates 90 days before the election. So, but anywho, we do quite a few 45-day ballots. And those, if you're, if you've ever, for a state election or a federal election, if you've ever lived in the United States and you now are an expat living abroad, you are afforded to vote in a federal election. So every federal election we have quite a few 45-day ballots. So it's interesting. So we've had quite a few active petitioning candidates. That's been fun teaching new people. I have a lot of new staff, as you know. So they've never seen anything like this. Oh, I didn't know we did that. So, and the petition for the light trespass ordinance, that was also a learning experience, and I'm hoping that that gets some legs. Okay, and then I had the opportunity last week to attend the National Book Festival that happens every Labor Day weekend in Washington, D.C. It's really an event you can watch on television, on C-SPAN. It's really a nifty if you're interested in books. So anyway, I try to go every year.
Thank you. Council Barlon?
I just wanted to double check. I know the last, the primary for this couple positions, we had our new polling stations and locations, and some people that actually are moved into a different district. Will there be any more signage or verbiage coming out from the town to let folks know? Because I know that the turnout for that last little primary is not nearly as much as what it would be for this election, typically in a governor, a statewide election. Is there any efforts or new things to come out to, for example, like I live up on Jefferson, up on Mirror Drive, and I used to vote at the Municipal building in District 3, and now with this new thing, I'm considered District 2, And District 2 before was voting at the Eastern Point Beach, and then is now going back to the former West Side new Thames River Magnet School. Is there any literature, because so like someone who like me who's involved, I know, but I've had a lot of movement in my area, and so I'm just wondering what we're doing as a town to get that information out.
I know that the Registrar of Voters had canvassed the entire town, and that was confusing, because some people got 4 or 5 notifications. I guess apparently what I was told is the house that was, the printing house that did the mailing just got wires crossed, but that it was redone and everybody got the right information for the primary. So today we received a poster that we have placed on all of our glass windows for the outside and inside, and it's on our town website. I believe it was. I think the registrar asked for it to go on our website, but I don't know what else she has planned. I certainly will ask, and I will share that information.
Yeah, I'm just not sure like who makes the decision, but I would encourage that we put another ad in the paper about our polling stations and things, and about the changes like we did right before the primary.
Well, there definitely there's required postings in the newspaper of where all the postings, where all the polling, that will happen before the election. That's calling the election, and that goes, I put that in.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying something, not just saying where the elections are, but noting that there are changes, and folks should be aware of that. So a little bit more verbiage. I don't know, John, is that something that I think we should be as a town being very, being very inclusive and transparent, and want to put that into the paper. So is that something we have to recommend, or how do we go about that?
Well, if you can pass on the recommendation.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So not just the polling stations, but note that there may be a change when you go out because of redistricting, and Eastern Point is basically moving back to the Thames River Magnet. I think it's really, really important, and the more transparent we can be as a town, the better. Thank you.
It's important not to confuse people, though. Very important not to confuse people, and this might confuse people right now. So I'll talk to the registrar and see what they're required to do, and if we can do a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you.
Town manager?
Hello again. One thing I wanted to mention is council members should have received an invitation for the honorary road name for Crystal Lake Avenue, that event on Friday. It is, they would like pre-registration if you intend to go. That was sent out to everybody last week. We covered some of the things I was going to cover for Branford. We'll mention it last week. A new on-site manager, Shonda Harrison, started there last week. They're still trying to fill some other positions there. Mayor Hedrick and I on 8/26 had a meeting with HUD officials to kind of get they're finally communicating well with us, and they said they would keep us better in the loop in the future. But they kind of went over with what's been happening with them, between them and related / Branford. Let's see, they did relay that the HUD met with EPA and confirmed there's no mold requirements. EPA said that air sampling isn't reliable and not recommended, but what you should focus on is like we've talked about tonight, stopping the moisture, and then tracking the moisture, tracking the humidity levels. HUD said that the tenants, or not that, HUD said that they are looking at, lost my notes here, that Hetty, the company that's inspecting and will put the plans together for each unit, Hetty will be recommending improvements on ventilation, dehumidification. HUD asked them about providing air conditioners for second floors where that is an issue, and they are considering it. Have not heard from Related on that yet. HUD reported that Hetty, the inspectors, have 2 teams on site. Their goal is to finish inspections, and they redid the ones that were earlier inspected, those 130-something units that have basements. They restarted everything. They're inspecting all of it. They've done, as of 8/26, they've done 130 units so far. They're doing about 15 to 18 per day. They, in the next couple of weeks, will start doing
remediation as they get these plans. It's not cookie cutter. Each unit's basically got its own plan, so they're plugging away as these plans come out. Now, sampling takes about 3 days to get results, and then Hetty, once they have those results, puts the plan together, so it takes a little time to get each plan together. Let's see. Oh, and then last week, August 30th, Ledgelight, as mentioned before at our last meeting, Ledgelight went out with Joe Summers, the building official for the city, to do inspections. There's 38, I believe there was 38 units on their list at the time. They made it till a little over, apparently over a little over halfway. Joe Summers did issue violations on 19 of the units. I reached out to Ledgelight to see when they might have their results from the first ones. They said they're compiling their notes still and hope to have it out soon. So I'm still waiting to hear about the mold part of it, which will, you know, and I'm not sure what the building official will do that with that part. You have a question?
So despite the mold, which is, you know, we're basically saying the EPA, we're saying, you know, it's not regulated this way, but take the mold out of it. The repair issues are overwhelming. You're saying, you said 19 violations out of 35 inspections?
I don't think there's 30, I think there was less than that. There's 38 total units slated to be inspected as part of the Ledgelight, the complaints that Ms. Arscott turned over. There's 38 total. I believe Mayor Hedrick told me a little over half of them were inspected on the 30th. They're now going to arrange another day to wrap up.
And there's already
the rest.
19 violations.
There was 19 violations.
Right. And so I think that's another driver is you know, I think don't focus on the mold in itself, focus on the lack of repairs and the fact that where did all the money go if this building is only 5 years with $1.8 million at $42,000 per unit. Nobody should be needing all these repairs and violations. So we can say we're not going to mediate the mold. Fine, take the mold out. Why is the water seeping in the frame? Why is the sill plate not sealed? Why is, you know, drywall in one unit? I mean, is there a comprehensive plan to gut the whole L-plex and remediate the whole thing at once?
And not that I know
Yeah.
of.
So what I read, take the mold out of it, fine. You don't want to mediate that, fine, whatever, ventilation. But if you do not remediate a whole L-plex where the basements, if you actually been in the units, only are separated by drywall. There's no cement concrete separating them. So if you bust through the drywall, you're literally going into the next person's apartment and up the stairs they have a door. As they're renovating this, the units that I've personally gone in that were renovated, you can see the mold growing back on it already. The problem is they're going in, fixing one unit, fixing this unit, but not doing all 7 or 8 in the L-plex. So as soon as they remediate, it's already starting to regrow again because they haven't handled the moisture issue.
Please,
So
please just limit your comments to questions.
it's fine. So my question is these units that they're considered habitable and remediated, they haven't met the requirements with the dehumidification and all those things have not been put into place, according to the residents.
There's not requirements per se.
Right.
It needs to be done.
But I'm just saying
obviously,
those are not being
But
put in there.
And the list of building items that the inspector found are actionable, obviously. That's, if we were ever to do a default, it'd be on that list of ones we can verify.
But there should be no actionable items after 5 years with that amount of money.
And they will have I don't know what the timeline given, but they will have to respond and take care of the ones that they received the notice on. And I haven't talked to, this just came out today, so I haven't spoken with related today to see any, there's been no email response or anything that I know of.
So the actionable items are the structural things. So the water leaking in is structural. The pipes leaking are structural.
Something you can verify, which would be the list of, you'd have the violation notices. That's what's actionable.
So the concern
You can't
is
tell
that
them to
there's-
redo the whole building or anything unless the inspector said that has to be done.
Right. But we can, as a town,
You can
feel,
ask, but it's not going to be enforceable.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but we can, as a town, I want to make sure I'm correct.
Oh, you can ask for anything, sure.
We, as a town council, could say, I'd like to call them in default based on the fact that where'd all this money go to repair this building, and there's all these things that are not getting fixed. And when they do fix them, they're half fixing them. So we could, on that default, based on the contract we have, if we chose.
Yeah, if
We
you
could,
have
as a council chose.
Oh, yeah, for
Absolutely.
that list, sure.
Right. And is there any direction from our town staff as to what we should do?
Well, first of all, I'd like to hear from Ledgelight and have them do the second half, because if you're going to do a default, you want all those inspections. They just did half.
or a little over. They'll do the other half in the next 2 weeks. You probably want that full list. If you're going to do it, you'd want to do that, give them everything.
But to be fair, right, wouldn't you say after 5 years, there should have been inspections going on yearly? So we're not at this point, if we did our due diligence?
Well, I don't think the city building inspector can handle 442.
No one
They're
asked
trying
them to
work
do
their way-
400, at least go on a few,
Yeah,
sign
and I
off
think
on the
that's-
document.
They have I know Mayor Hedrick said they have a plan going forward.
Right, but we had no plan and it was written. So I have a question. So my next question is, with the tax abatement agreement that was way before my time, when we sign on to that, how do we follow it as a town?
Well, it was put in place before my time also, but you know, historically, we do not enter the city when there's,
It's not a matter of
without permission
entering.
for staff. That's just how it's always been between the city and the town.
Yeah, it's not a matter of entering,
It's under their jurisdiction. We have very little role in it until it gets,
Right, but we do, we're abating a lot of money.
Please-
Yeah, but we don't have
please
an
limit
actual
to just
authority, we don't have
questions.
an official role other than that.
Right, but we could say that it's time for the yearly inspection,
Bordelon.
Mayor Hendrick in the
Councilor
city.
Bordelon.
Can
Councilor
we
Bordelon.
enact the inspection? Could we do that?
Councilor Bordelon.
You could do some random ones, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I could go along just to watch. I can't do anything, but I could go along and watch and
So
point
why
out
would
stuff
we-
to the
Councilor
inspector.
Bordelon?
Yeah, I understand.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yeah, I
Excuse me,
understand.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm just questioning
one-
why we sign on to a document if we
Just
can't.
one second, I have the floor, just
From
one
the
second.
town side, why do we sign on a document if we can't do anything?
Just 1 second, okay, thank you. I let that go, but that went way too far into discussion. This is just clarifying questions.
So
That's true.
why would we
It's
sign into a
violation of
document
FOIA.
if we can't do
I
anything?
wasn't here for signing it, so. I
That
So how do we get out of it
Order.
then?
I
How
can't
do-
say that.
Councilor
Can we get
Bordelon.
out of it?
Point
We
of
can
order.
amend it, right?
Councilor Bordelon.
Well, if they agreed to it,
My
you
point
can't
of order
arbitrarily
is she's
amend it.
interrupting, and Mr. Mayor has the floor. It's not her turn, the mayor had the floor.
Councilor Bordelon, that went way too far into discussion. I gave you a lot of grace and a lot of leeway, but this section is just for clarifying questions.
All right,
And
so-
and there's lots of opinions stated, and this is not on our agenda. We have to follow the FOIA rules.
Sure.
And I'm just asking you, please.
Thank you.
I'm just asking you.
Thank
Can you
you.
please just limit to questions?
Yep, can we make
Council-
it an amendment then?
Counselor Franco, you
can
have the
ask, but
floor.
they have to agree.
Okay, we have to agree. Thank you for
Counselor
answering.
Franco, you have the
Thank you.
floor.
So when I read the EPA report, and please just correct me if I'm wrong, it stated that, from what I read, that the renovations were done correctly, but what they did was they changed the building from being a breathable building into
They created an issue with the way they did it, yes.
an airtight building.
Mhm.
So if there was a moisture issue,
It was trapped there.
it was trapped inside, and that's where it propagates.
Correct. So they've got to do something to figure that out.
So they probably thought they were,
They
like,
thought they were doing the right way at the time.
probably was the changing the windows and the way they did all the construction was to bring it airtight.
Right.
So that
airtight's not
drafts
al-
wouldn't come in.
Yeah,
Is that
airtight's
correct?
not always great unless you have all the proper dehumidification, so, right.
All right.
Yeah, it hurt the units.
And then the EPA did give details on how to correct these issues. Is that correct?
In terms of what I said, they said you got to focus on the humidity levels, dehumidification, ventilation, and they think air conditioners would be very helpful.
And then they also, did they not state something about like possibly
Yeah, they did give some
lining the
ideas on how you
basements?
might build some, there was 2 option levels, I believe one a little more pricey, but they thought either one would be acceptable. I forget the details on them though. But they did give some
on what to do with the
options. Yeah.
basements,
Mhm.
on how to correct that.
Correct.
All right. And then, like, as you said, then there were HUD meetings after that came out. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, Mayor Hedrick and I, like I said, did a meeting with a few of them on 8/26.
All right, thank you. So there's some type of plan trying to be worked on how to go forward. Maybe not as quickly as we'd all like, but there is some
Yeah,
type
and
of
keep in
forward
mind,
motion.
it's going to be quicker by doing it by unit than it is the whole. If you wait until you do everything, because they're all different, I'd rather them address them as they come up. It'll be quicker that way. So I want to see them start addressing.
When you
But
say,
but Councilor Bordelon is exactly right, though. The building inspector needs to weigh in on that and give his professional opinion on what else should be done.
right, and when you say one at a time, are you talking within one unit and then within that building and then just keep going to each unit? Or are you saying move
Yeah,
around the whole
and I don't know how
complex?
they've decided what order to go into, but as they do them, they get They go in, they inspect, you got 2 teams going again, doing 15 to 18 units a day. They go in, they take samples, they inspect. Samples go out, takes about 3 days to get the return results. They put together a plan for the unit, and but they're trying to accumulate some more. They want to get through a chunk of them before they start remediation. But they did say they should be starting in the next week or 2. I will get an update from related tomorrow, hopefully.
All right, thank you very much.
And once I hear from Ledgelight on the mold, on what they find, I will pass that right on to the council.
Appreciate it.
And just so everyone knows publicly, if you go to our website, go under Departments under Finance and Financial Reports, you'll see a whole section on this. I try to put everything of interest under there. And I may have put something on the front page as a notice for that page. I'll double check that. I think I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to committee reports. Chair Baumgartner. From Personnel and Appointments.
There is a link on the front page under news for Branford. I'm sorry. Just want to say that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had one more question for the town manager. Do you have an expected date for us to go back to the annex to hold our meetings?
So the carpeting was just put in. Carpeting's in. Sean's got a little, now some of his stuff is on back order, so it's not going to be 100% working. He's had stuff ordered since May, manufacturing issues. He can get us going, he's going to have it going in the next couple of weeks, but he wants a soft opening because there's going to be issues. So he wants to have a few weeks of having small groups in there. So my guess is we probably want to wait till about maybe the first meeting in November, if that's okay. We should be okay by then to work out the bugs so we don't lose, cameras or anything during the meeting.
Thank you.
But we're very close.
Okay, thank you.
I have seen it. It looks nice, the carpeting.
Chair
I hope
Baumgartner.
they did the ventilation system.
Yes, so the Personnel and Appointments Committee meeting was held on August, yes, apologies, moved it around tonight. The Personnel and Appointments Committee meeting met on August 16th, and we approved the following names or recommended the following names for the following committees. For Community Development Advisory Committee, reappointment of Marjorie Gookins, and the appointment of Meredith Key as well as Russell Spalding as permanent members, both to the Community Development Advisory Committee. Reappointment of both David Williams and Laura Baller to the Water Pollution Control Authority. Both John Burbank and Michael Freeman to the Retirement Board. And lastly, the appointment of Stephen Hudacek, who is currently an alternate, to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Joe Green to Housing Authority?
I apologize, yes, and thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Joseph Green to the Groton Housing Authority, and I believe that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Parker from Rules.
No meeting, no report.
Thank you.
We haven't got to the action.
That was just his
That
report.
was just his report.
That was just his report.
What's under new business?
Chair McBride from Public Safety.
No, excuse me, no meeting, no report.
We took your advice.
Thank you. On to new business, page 19, various appointments, reappointments of July and August.
I'll make a motion to approve the following names to the Personnel Appointments Committee. Marjorie Gookins to the Community Development Advisory Committee, the reappointment of David Williams to the Water Pollution Control Authority, the reappointment of Laura Baller to the Water Pollution Control Authority, the appointment of John Burbank to the Retirement Board, the appointment of Michael Freeman to the Retirement Board, the appointment of Joseph Green to the Groton Housing Authority, the appointment of Meredith Key to the Community Development Advisory Committee, the appointment of Russell Spalding to the Community Development Advisory Committee, and the appointment of Stephen Hudacek to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So moved.
Second, Westervelt.
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Westervelt. Councilor Franco.
First, I have the duty to divulge that Margie Gookins is my mother. And Can somebody explain Russell Spalding, because we've approved him here at the council meeting before?
Yes, he was appointed as an alternate, and we, considering that there were several openings, he's also non-affiliated, so oftentimes, just as you followed community development, we've had no shortage of volunteers applying, but there is a limit in terms of how many Democrats we can put on. Certainly, Russ, by virtue of him being already an alternate on the committee, having the, although short, the experience to serve as a regular member, so elevated him as a regular member for an alternate.
All right, thank you. And I have two items that I would like to bring forward on this. I would like to, for the Planning and Zoning Commission, put in Conrad Heed for a vote. And I would also like to nominate Melinda Casari for the Citizens and Police Committee.
Okay, hold on one second. Manager Burt, can we? Let me try to figure this out. I understand the planning and zoning one because that's on, that's just another person, but
I don't think we can on that without having something on there for an item. And something I'd want to talk further with the attorney about.
yeah. Can you just hold that second motion?
I'd like to explain something. I watched the Personal and Appointments Committee, and they had stated that they didn't want to vote on that position and that they wanted to bring it to the council for some type of decision of some sort. And from what I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but from the gist that I received out of it was they wanted to try and create two positions for town councilors on that committee, although the council has already voted to just make it one position. So they have already made a decision in that committee, and that was quite some time ago, but it hasn't come to the council.
So, okay. Do you think?
Well, I believe what the attorney would say is the public has to know what you're going to speak about. There'd have to be something on there for the Citizen and Police Committee in order to do anything with it. And then I know there's also the recommendation for doing two, because the committee was created last October. I think you're going to need to redo that recommendation because you have to hit that year, or else you need 2/3 otherwise to do something with it. Now, I think in order to take up the police committee, you need 2/3 to amend add it to the agenda, suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
I totally think that you're right on a regular appointment, but this is a council, like a liaison position. It's not even a voting member. It's like the RTM, the moderator just appoints, and I was surprised that the council had to have anything to weigh in on this.
Because though it's an action item for the council, I think, because it's an action item for the council, I think the public would have to know it was going to be discussed.
Yeah. Well, so the RTM has a similar position, and we voted on that one. So I think we would just have to do this by precedent. Okay.
I didn't hear that. What?
The moderator suggested the name for the RTM liaison, like the moderator does for all the boards and commissions. The subcommittees of the RTM, that the moderators, that's their rules that say that they do that. The moderator does that. So, but your rule was to vote on each appointment, whether it was a liaison or not. Is that right? I guess that's what you're doing. Liaisons usually.
So, can I just request from Councilor Franco, can you just hold this second motion till next month so we could check with, or at least put it on the agenda in some way?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to appoint Conrad Heed to Planning and Zoning?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion? Right.
Was there a second, Juliet Parker?
Okay, moved by Franco, seconded by Parker.
I thought last time we did this, we didn't need a second.
I think that's just because it was on the consent calendar.
I gotcha.
Yeah, just changing things up. Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I think as a council, it has always been our right to put people who we feel that would represent us into positions. And I think Conrad would represent us very well in the community and would bring some,
I'm sorry.
there's some noise.
No.
I'm sorry. Council Franco, you have the floor.
I have heard some people talk about our planning. There's still noise?
I'd ask those present do not.
Point of order?
Council Franco, you have the floor.
So, I don't know, I'm sorry, I was very distracted. So, I think Conrad Heed would represent us well on the council, on the planning and zoning, represent our community with an open mind, and if anybody had the time to, I guess, listen to his interview, he spoke very eloquently of how he would have open mind and would not be biased on certain issues prior to them coming to the planning and zoning, and that I think he would represent very well on there, and it would create I guess a little bit of some change in the Planning and Zoning Commission with what I'm hearing from the community of what they are looking for. So thank you.
Mayor, may I just-
Yep.
I have to understand what we're doing. The motion was to, instead of this, or, because there's alternate positions, that's what the committee was looking to appoint.
Is your motion to appoint Conrad Heed instead of Stephen Hudacek?
This says to the Planning and Zoning Commission. It does not say alternate.
It's a regular position, it say alternate otherwise.
Right, this just says Planning and Zoning
Right,
Commission.
so
And I'm
I
looking
think
to put Conrad Heed in as a regular position, yes.
Right.
Point of clarification, and I'm trying to go back in my files now. Did Mr. Heed apply as an alternate to the Planning and Zoning, as an applicant to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
No, he just applied to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but I know that you had a letter from the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to move alternate member Hudacek, I'm not pronouncing it correctly, to a full position, and that's what, and then you had two alternate positions you still need to fill.
Council Franco?
I would yield the floor at this time.
Okay, thank you. Council Baumgartner?
Yes, as Clerk McHauser stated at the Personnel and Appointments Committee meeting, our committee, consisting of myself, a Democrat, Councilor McBride, also a Democrat, and Councilor Westerveld, a Republican, unanimously not only supported this entire slate of folks, but also recommended the appointment of Mr. Hudacek. We did have Mr. Heed for an interview, and certainly appreciate him for participating, and he indulged us. You know, we asked very direct questions, and certainly appreciate him for that, and recognize him for his service to our community on the previous council. With that said, when the chair of our Planning and Zoning Commission, who is a well-respected volunteer on both sides of the aisle, a Republican, writes our committee recommending someone who has given over 20 years to our commission, in a volunteer capacity has the prior experience of already serving on this committee, you have to take it seriously, especially given the significance of every decision that they make with respect to land use. And so I am not inclined to dismiss the recommendation of the chair of that committee, his recommendation of someone who is well respected by the rest of the committee, has a capacity and a demonstrated track record of working well with the commission members he serves with, which I think is important. We talk a lot on this committee about decorum, and I think it would certainly behoove us to appoint folks who would carry that out in their respective boards and commissions as well. So I cannot speak highly enough of Mr. Hudicek. He was heavily involved in Mystic Oral School deliberations from what I viewed, being a voice of reason, certainly with respect to data centers as they're investigating certain zoning amendments and have considered zoning amendments for the data centers and permitting their use, has been very active and involved in those discussions as an alternate. Doesn't even have a vote, but he is involved in those discussions, and people lean on him for his advice and expertise. So I would think this is a huge mistake to remove his name. We've done this before with the Citizens and Police Committee, and it certainly put a bad taste in our committee's mouth when you completely dismiss the unanimous recommendation of quality folks in our community willing to serve. So with that said, on this one isn't negotiable. I would be highly remiss if, again, I didn't mention, again, Mr. Hudicek was recommended by the entire committee. And again, Councilor McBride and Councilor Westervelt, we don't always agree on all the issues, but we make it a point to find common ground. And we have deliberated in seriousness and have given every single applicant to our board or commission, even if we don't personally like them. We've given them the time and respect that they deserve, being respectful and asking pointed questions so that we protect our community, to ensure that there are no personal agendas brought forth to our boards and commissions, people that will be good arbiters of the issue and work fairly in our town, work hand in hand with our neighbors. That's what we do here in Groton. So again, on this one, I don't think we should mess around. When the chair, Mr. Pritchard, comes to us and says, please recommend this man, you got to give him consideration. So I highly admire all those who have applied, and we still have another round of interviews at our next meeting where some folks who did apply to be an alternate member of our Planning and Zoning Commission have not yet even had the chance to speak on their issues because of technical difficulties at that meeting. And that's just the nature of the beast with technology these days. So I know I've used all my time, so I'll be respectful of that. But I highly implore the council to support the recommended slate of appointments this evening.
Councilor Bordelon?
Before I speak, and you start the time, I have a point of information or an inquiry first to make sure I'm understanding. Can I do that first before I start?
Sure. What's your point of view?
So I just want to understand, this gentleman, Stephen, because I don't want to mess up his Hudicek, was an alternate, is that correct? Currently as we stand?
Yes.
And he's in this capacity here on what was in our agenda, where we were moving and elevating him up to a permanent position, is that correct?
Yeah.
On this thing. And my understanding, my other question is,
I'm going to start your time.
I'm still asking, I want to make sure before I get my, you
But
asked-
this is part of your, this is
Fine,
part of your.
I won't take my time yet, then I'll come back to you. I'll wait for someone else. If you can't clarify what I'm asking first, I asked you, and you're not letting me.
I just feel like
I'm
that
not-
was what you would do if you had the floor.
I have a response that I'd like to give, and I want to clarify
Okay.
that I'm understanding
All
what's
right,
being done.
We'll come back. We'll come back. Councilor Kassiri?
So I'm not allowed to do that.
You can ask a question, but
We only-
it's not
With all due respect,
constructing an
Mayor,
argument.
we are only allowed to speak twice.
That's
So
correct.
before I ask my questions, I'm asking a clarifying question to make sure I understand what is on the floor right now and that I understand.
When you ask your question and the question gets answered, your time
I'm-
stops.
I still have another question. My clarifying is not done.
So do you want to speak? You want to take your turn now?
You can pass me. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Kasiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clerk McCowsher? I'm sorry, do I have the floor, Mr. Mayor?
Counselor Kasiri, you have the floor.
Thank you.
With decorum and no eye rolling, with all due respect.
Counselor Bordelon. Counselor
Point
Bordelon.
of order. This is just getting crazy.
Okay.
Take
Hold on.
control, not eye rolls at me because
Okay.
I want to
Hold on. I have
Because
the
you are
floor.
speaking while I have the floor.
I was
Thank
not.
you.
All right,
Yes,
hold
you
on.
were.
1 second. I just want to remind
I
all
motion
the
for a
counselors-
recess.
That's not, you don't need a motion.
I would like to recess.
Just 1 second.
I'd like to
just 1
recess.
second.
No, I'd like to recess. Please consider it.
Just 1 second. I just want to remind all counselors here that we are here to debate and not to argue, okay?
Or eye roll.
Debate, not to argue. If you don't know the difference between debating and arguing, then you're part of the problem. And we'll recess for
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're back from recess at 9:28. Just going to take a moment to remind counselors that there should be no speaking across the table to other counselors. And if that happens, from this point forward, you will be called out of order. And we'll have to recess and do whatever things necessary. This is absolutely getting out of control. We can't even get through our normal business. These are all things that we've already voted on and passed, okay? We should be able to sit here and act professionally. And that's the standard that I'm going to be holding everyone to from now going forward. Councilor Kassiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clerk McCousher, I just would like to clarify that the town council are the ones that appoint people to committees, and that the Personnel and Appointments Committee, like any other committee, only offers a recommendation.
This is true?
Okay.
Absolutely true.
And that the Personnel and Appointments Committee is 3 members of the town council, is that correct?
That is absolutely true.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I'd also just like to notate that the person that was in that position that had stepped down was a Democrat. And Conrad Heat is also a Democrat, so we'd be replacing a Democrat with a Democrat. And that is the right of our council to be able to do such things if we choose to vote such a way. I have nothing against Mr. Hudak. He is an alternate, and I mean, and I have no issue with him being that. But I would like to notate that the person on that seat was a Democrat, and we would be replacing them with a Democrat. So, and with that, I mean, I would just say, why don't we just vote on this? I mean, and move along. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thanks. So we're aware of what party everyone's affiliated with, but when it comes to boards and commissions and that, they're all volunteers, and it shouldn't be party that is as a strong Democrat up here, it shouldn't be party, it should be who's the most qualified. The gentleman sitting there as an alternate currently has served his time and should move up in rank. That's what a good Democrat would do, and that would be a good process for a committee, would to be to allow the person.
One second. What's your point of order?
Motivation stating of who is a good Democrat or who is a good whatever is not necessary. There is motivation there.
I heard your point of order. Councilor Bordelon is in order.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
No.
1 second. I have to fix the time. Okay.
What I was stating was a good Democrat democracy would be to allow the gentleman to move up in rank, who served the time and has the experience. To me, Conrad Heed, he was a former Democratic chair of our town committee, who also ran for council, who did not return during the Respler, the data centers. In my personal opinion, I'll speak for myself, he will not have my support, not as a Democrat, but on his knowledge and his position for resiliency and sustainability in his votes to move projects forward in this town that did not align with conservation and the resiliency of our community. Overwhelmingly, our town spoke out against the Mystic Oral School. Overwhelmingly, our town has spoken out against the data centers. And Mr. Heed, from my records here and research and from the meetings when he stood on the council with us, supported these agenda items. So with that, I do not disrespect him as a Democrat. I'm looking at who better is to serve. And if it's going to be by party only, then we're not up here doing, for me, I'm not doing my job. I need to make sure that we're putting people in that are qualified and the party is just another asset to it. There are open positions. Decorum, please.
We'll recess for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Back from recess at 9:37. Council Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. As I was stating, it's not a party, it's who's qualified, and the gentleman that's before us is on here, and the motion on the floor tonight, and the plan was to move this gentleman up from a alternate to a permanent position. I did not come here tonight, it was not on the agenda, to start appointing people from, that just applied right into a permanent position. Also, another person applied, Bruce McDermott, a Republican, and I feel both of them have an equal shot and opportunity to get on as an alternate, and that should be respected. That's part of democracy. So if we're going to add someone else on here, and then it's going to be stated, well, we should just move this along. No, this is up for discussion. If we're going to add new items that weren't on here, then it's got to be fully deliberated. As I stated, nothing against Conrad Heed, as a Democrat. The principle and his development process and principles, I do not support. And overwhelmingly, it was not supported by the community. So by putting him on in this capacity, I feel that you're not listening to what the community stated and who they wanted and the direction of the town. So I think this would be a very unjust thing to do by overlooking Stephen Hudacek and not pulling him forward, and then having him and say, oh, you served your time, you sit as an alternate, and we just rush Conrad Heed straight through, who has never sat on the personnel appointments. I just don't understand where we're going. Like, what are we doing here? What's the point of having a personnel appointment committee if we don't utilize them as an almost democratic council? 8. We are not even taking our own recommendations from our personnel appointments.
Councilor's time has expired.
What are we doing?
Councilor's time has expired. Thank you. I have a question for process. This is all one motion. So are we going to vote the whole slate amended, taking Stephen Hudacek's name off with Conrad Heed's on, and then if that fails, vote the whole slate?
No.
What you've done before, this is a precedent that was set by this actual body, you pulled just one, you had, one name out.
Right. So the only reason I'm drawing this
Actually, pulled a bunch
distinction
of
is
names
because
out,
now it's not on the consent calendar, so I'm just wondering if it's different, since this is an agenda item and it's one motion, and then there's an amended motion. So I know how we did it with consent.
If the motion was to amend to change that, then you vote on that as amended. And if that fails, you'll go back to the original
Okay,
list.
so you just vote on just the amend, okay, yeah, that's,
On the list with that
Right.
change.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
okay,
That was not the motion.
hold on. The motion is this slate with one change, to put Conrad Heed's name where Stephen Hudacek's name is. That's the motion.
Mr. Mayor?
I make a motion to move the question.
No.
I'll second that motion, Councilor Parker, by the way. But, Councilor Franco, am I correct? Is that your motion?
You can't speak, there's a motion for a move question. You gotta move the question.
Okay, that's correct. So, hold on.
He's not even going to get reappointed?
Motion by Parker to move the question, seconded by Melendez, not debatable, takes 2/3, which is 6. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. I got Parker, Kasiri, Jones, Franco, Melendez.
See your hand.
Opposed? I got 4 opposed. Question's not moved. Fails 5 in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstaining. Councilor Franco, is that your motion?
Yes, the motion is, the amended motion is to replace Conrad He with Stephen Hudacek, yes.
Okay. Councilor Counselor McBride.
As a member of the committee, I'd like to speak to this motion. I'm very fond of Conrad Heed. I think he's a wonderful applicant. I reviewed his extensive resume he provided at our review. We interviewed him. He's got great qualifications. He has some experience in Groton City as an alternate member, so I'm very fond with him moving forward in the committee. However, in my past, what I try to do is make the best decision that's in long-term interest, whatever the organization I'm involved with. And it's clear Stephen Hudasek is the preferred choice in this option. Conrad's stellar, and he would serve in an alternate role as he serves in Groton City. However, when we interviewed Hudasek and reviewed his information, he was an alternate back in 1992. He became a full member in 1994. He's been an alternate member past then. He's got a wealth of experience, and he's recommended by the chairman. So I personally do not know him, but I don't see how you can look beyond experience over politics. So I will be not supporting this motion on the floor because it's clear, in my opinion, the best choice for the town of Groton is Hudasek. Thank you.
Counselor Westervelt.
Thank you. In support of Mr. Hudacek, who has 20-plus years of experience doing this in this arena, and he comes highly recommended by the chairman of that committee. I agree. I don't think we can overlook his experience because this type of position needs experience more than anything else. He's worked diligently for many, many years for the betterment of the town of Groton, and yet we're willing to, or some are willing to dismiss him based on a motion in favor of a less qualified candidate who was being considered for an alternate position anyway. So the reason we selected him was based on his experience and what he brings for many years of, for the town. So I can't support removing him from this slate.
Okay, thank you. I'll just take this moment to speak. First, I just want to speak on the qualifications of Conrad Heed. He is on planning and zoning in the city, and I think that is irrelevant to questions of whether or not he's qualified or if he has the experience to do this. I think he's eminently qualified to do this, and that doesn't even cross my mind that he's not. That being said, the chairman of this committee did send a letter recommending Stephen Hudacek. I do take that seriously, that recommendation. So I will be supporting Stephen Hudacek, but I don't want any insinuation that this vote is that I don't believe Conrad is qualified for this. I think we're a lucky town where we have enough more qualified people than positions, and I'm sure he will serve as an alternate and be as a full-time member as soon as there's a vacancy. So that's what I have to say. Councilor Baumgartner.
Yes. I just want to take a moment, and obviously we're talking about the slate, but I've been in politics for a little while now, the bulk of which has been spent on this council. Have served with obviously everyone at this table, along with former Councilor Heed, former Mayor Granatowski, former Councilor Aubry, God bless his heart, Councilor Zapiri, and boy, we had meetings where we didn't always get along, where sometimes after the meeting we'd storm out. But I'll tell you, this is probably the most disappointing meeting I've attended as a councilor. The one difference that I see is that even if you disagree about issues, there's a little something called transparency. And I think that word is important. Transparency is having meetings where you interview candidates, deliberate on the qualifications of a candidate in an open session. And one notable change this evening, which I think could be a welcome change, was the removal of personal appointments from the consent calendar to the regular calendar. The mayor and I had a discussion about this. I think as a matter of process, it makes sense. But I told him what my one fear was. I did not want it to be a tool to be weaponized, or a tool that can be weaponized to, I'll be careful with my words, but impose personal agendas on the council. That is not okay. It is not appropriate.
Point of order?
It is not appropriate.
1 second, Councilman.
I have not questioned Council.
Council Baumgartner, 1
Yes.
second. What's your point of order?
Motivation is questioning the motivation of the counselors.
Absolutely.
And the key word is tools, and questioning if we're going to use this and impose what we want. That's not what the goal is of the council. So I am have a point of order on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Baumgartner, I don't necessarily believe he was out of order, but just, I know.
was not out
just-
of order.
Just be careful of
Just
the
want to be
words you're
clear, was
using.
I out of order, Mayor?
No.
Thank you. Understood, Councilor Parker, and I was not questioning anyone's motivations, integrity, what have you. With that said, the reason we have the Personnel and Appointments Committee is to be fair arbiters of the issues. When we recommend folks, we recommend folks knowing that they can have the support of the council. Again, as I mentioned, we have appointed folks that maybe don't personally like. I'm sure, the Councilor McBride, and I certainly don't want to speak for them, or Councilor Westervelt have appointed folks that they don't personally like. I've not voted for people on planning and zoning who I've campaigned with. I have voted for people I have voted for people on planning and zoning who have campaigned against me before. And that's the nature of the beast. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that our boards and commissions have the representation that reflect our community of all political persuasions. As Council Bordelon mentioned, and so many other folks have mentioned, it doesn't matter what your party is. If you're going to do the work, be people of honesty, be people of integrity, and carry out the mission of the individual board or advisory group, what have you, that's what matters. And so I hope moving forward, we can just be more transparent about misgivings about certain candidates, because I still have yet to hear any credible reason why Mr. Hudicek should not be appointed as a permanent member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to clarify my statement before. I did not say that Councilor Reed past Councilor Reed was not qualified. And I did not mean to imply that he did not have the experience. There was nothing personal there at all. I just believe when you look at these two together, the breadth of experience and the depth of experience that Mr. Hudicek brings to this committee far outweighs, I think, any of the other candidates. So I believe that he is the most qualified, and that's why we supported him, or at least that's why I supported him. Thank you.
Council Bordelon.
Thank you. I just think it's also really important that we constantly state that we have trouble getting volunteers. Remember, a volunteer that we're going to tell as a council, nope, you stay there even longer as an alternate, and we're going to bring someone else in that hasn't served on the town side, served on the town council, maybe has served on the city. Some may call that a conflict. I don't know. But the point is that it does not send a great message to the community as to what we're doing here. It was not on the agenda tonight, and this gentleman has put in his time. I don't see party. I see time served, and his efforts to our community. That's what I see here. And that's what's most important at the end of the day, is the experience and the time that's been put in. I know on here, it was stated by a counselor that one's a mother and isn't the other one your uncle is also on here. If people started erasing them out, it would be wrong. They served their time. They're moving up. She's being reappointed. Why would we take somebody out that's on here and come in tonight ready to take somebody off? Are
you asking me a question?
I'm asking the question.
There's no
out loud.
speaking across the table.
Yeah, point of
Council
order.
Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just don't think that that's the precedent we want to set as a council. It's not fair, it's not balanced, it's not trustworthy, it's not transparent. I do think that there's alternate positions open still, and there's still, I believe, another person that's still interviewing as well. And I encourage more people to apply. But I just don't understand. And then tonight, it was also brought up with the police committee. The recommendation from the public safety committee, from the personal appointment, was to move 2 people. That me and both Councilor Cassieri brought 2 unique perspectives. That's what the personal appointment committee. Yet tonight, my name was not even put up. Again, so in relation to this, I'm sorry, go ahead. Do you want to take that?
What's your point of order?
We are only talking about the P&Z right now, not about the police group committee, as you asked not to have that discussed tonight. So we're only discussing one item, and that's the rest of them and P&Z only.
That's correct. Your point of order is well taken.
It was discussed already, and I'm ever speaking under
Council
the same
Bordelon,
term.
you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm speaking under the same term. I'm talking about the process and the precedents again. What better way to blend than to extend the hand and work together with 2 different individuals? And in this case, as a Democrat, reappointing a gentleman who's already served as a Republican, I just don't know that the direction tonight, to me, is a little bit unclear. And I can agree with Councilor Baumgartner that for me, it's a little bit frustrating. And if I come across frustrated, because one thing that I am about is accountability, transparency, and being straightforward. And tonight, this is not that. It's not on the agenda. This name was never put forward ahead of time. There was not even a caucus before, a Democratic caucus. That if that was the motivation of the Democrats, was to fill it with a Democratic seat, well, then we should have had a Democratic caucus. We didn't have one. So I encourage that to happen then in the future. Thank you.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. Because I can
Wait,
hear.
one second. You've had two.
Point of order.
I know, but the last one was basically a clarifying question or a
Councilor Franco,
clarifying
you've
statement.
spoken twice. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to bring to the body the understanding about minority representation, because it is a question. That seat was a Democrat, and if there was any concern about losing the minority representation situation by putting in a different party affiliation, then it couldn't happen. That's how you keep it the same.
Right.
So we don't have an issue there. We have an unaffiliated representative. We have a Republican representative. I mean, it's really a mixed bag. So
Right.
you're perfectly capable of going the way the recommendation was set. So without any violation.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any hands that have not spoken twice already? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Councilor Franco's motion, which is all the names in front of you, replacing Stephen Hudacek with Conrad Heed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Councilor Parker, how are you voting?
Abstain?
Okay. Okay, so I have failing 3 in favor, Franco, Cassieri, Jones, 5 opposed, 1 abstaining, Parker. We move to the main motion. It's the motion that's in, it's the names just in front of you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
At 1?
Carries 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstaining, Parker. On to Community Challenge Grant, page 20. I believe we have Director Reiner here. Or no?
Well, we don't normally have them speak at this.
Okay.
Like, he's there just as an emergency.
Right, correct. Thank you for that, Manager. Just as a reminder, We've already passed this in the COW, had lots of discussion. So make a motion to recommend a resolution endorsing the submittal of an application to the State of Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development, DECD, for round 2 of the Connecticut Communities Challenge Grant Program. Whereas the State of Connecticut DECD's Community Challenge Grant Program was designed to collaborate with local officials to support projects that improve the livability and vibrancy of communities across the state. And whereas the State of Connecticut DECD has made $55 million available for round 2 awards, and whereas in April 2022, the Office of Planning and Development Services staff presented to the CAL recently completed developments and pipeline projects on the Route 1 corridor that could be leveraged in the grants match. And whereas the OPDS staff convened a working group to compile a list of completed and in-progress public and private investments along the corridor, as well as a list of FYE 2022 and 23 budget allocations connected to the Route 1 corridor in order to document the public infrastructure improvements. And whereas the pipeline projects will be packaged with infrastructure, housing, and other improvement projects in an application proposal that aligns with Groton's long-term plans for development and capital improvements, enhances the Route 1 corridor's multimodal connections, and boosts the neighborhood's capacity to support future population and business growth. And whereas the grant application is due to the state on October 7, 2022, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council authorizes Town Manager John Burr to execute any and all documentation needed to submit the Connecticut Communities Challenge Round 2 grant application and to accept the grant funding if awarded. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon.
Yeah, it's actually, only if we're awarded it, I believe. We
So
don't
you
have
want-
to apply. Yeah, if it gets awarded to us, then we would go to the RTM.
Okay, so should we put it in now or no?
No.
Okay. Moved by Melendez, seconded by Parker. Oh, seconded by Bordelon. Counselor Bordelon.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I know some counselors, I won't speak for them, I know I was one of them, I can't remember who else, had stated that they wanted more visibility and conversation about this when the grant comes up. I know that it's time-stamped, but we kind of knew when we did round 1 that there might be a round 2, and I just felt like we should have been brainstorming even though we weren't sure we were going to get it or not. So with that, I just wanted to state again, if there's a round 3, we should start now thinking, what will we do with the next block grant? That should be something that comes before us over the next few months to prepare for the what if. Is that possible?
Yeah, though, you know, a lot of it's dictated by who's willing to be the private partners, and that's what's taken so long this time. Now that we have someone lined up, if we're failed, then we could further discuss it, but we're sort of going to be locked in on certain things. But as we mentioned, there's going to be a lot of decisions for the council to make if we do receive this.
Right, I'm just simply saying, before you find stakeholders, you know, there's a round 2. We knew there was going to be a round 2, and we should just kind of start, like, you know, just bringing it forward that you are looking for stakeholders. That should be presented, you know, here at the council, so people know that that's happening. A little bit more openness on the process would be welcomed.
Sure.
So if there's possibly a round 3, we should be talking about that now and knowing what's coming down the pipeline. Thank you.
Councilor McBride.
I just ask a quick question to Director Reiner, I believe. When we approved this last, I think a few weeks ago, you had mentioned there were 2 projects that you were thinking this was for, and you said you were still doing some research and due diligence. Are you aware of any? Do you have any other information that you can provide to the council in terms of any other projects that this would be possibly used for? If you know, if you have anything you can divulge, or is it just those 2 that you're thinking about currently?
John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. So we actually have another project. One of the things we heard loud and clear at the last meeting was getting some affordable housing in the mix. So we are talking with someone about trying to incorporate that into it. With that said, those 2 other private projects are not a done deal yet. So everything is still in flux with this grant.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
I just wanted to say, yes, I appreciate you bringing up the affordable housing. but also really considering low-income housing, because affordable and low-income are actually two different things by almost like a 20% difference. And what I'm noticing here is we have a lot of affordable depending, but we do not have enough low-income affordable, which really helps out certain sections of town and folks who really need it. And what we have is all located in one section, and as it's been stated, has a lot of problems, and there's really nowhere else to go. We have low-income and affordable senior housing, but not places where women and children can go. So I hope that is considered.
Thank you.
Just quick question. At our last meeting, I know the application, it was mentioned the application was, and I'm paraphrasing here, but somewhat in flux, that there's still some other pieces that will be added. Has there been any developments in terms of focus areas or new businesses that may be signing on to the grant?
So we spoke about this at the last meeting, and
Well,
right now we have
since the last meeting, Mr. Reiner.
just the one additional potential partner looking at affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we reached out to many businesses within this corridor, landowners, and nobody was really shovel ready to go and willing to invest the money at this point in time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. See no other hands, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Mayor, before you vote on extending, the next one goes RTM on finance on Thursday, so we really need to, I just want to make sure we do extend, if we can.
Okay.
Yeah, they both actually go Thursday to the next two go to RTM.
So add it at the end.
I'm saying the two, I just want to make sure you extend to do the last two items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Because it's going
10
to,
o'clock.
on Thursday, it goes to the RTM finance committees.
I understand. It's 10 o'clock. I had to ask
Yeah.
consent from the council to take another agenda item. Okay, I'm seeing consensus. Okay. On to page 21. Wolfbrook property release of easement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution releasing the 2006 conservation easement and granting to the state of Connecticut and open space easement over the Wolfbrook property. Whereas on November 10th, 2000, whereas on November 10th, 2006, Wolfbrook Development LLC and Mystic Active Adult LLC granted the town of Groton a conservation easement for winds at Mystic Active Adult Community, the 2006 easement over portions of property known as the Wolfbrook property, situated on the No Ink Ledger Road. The property, in compliance with local and federal permits that were issued for an adult use development at the property. Whereas the 2006 easement was recorded November 21st, 2006 at volume 964, page 107 of the land records. Whereas the local and state permits expired and the adult use development was not constructed. Whereas on July 6, 2021, the town council approved a resolution to purchase the entire Wolfbrook property for open space purposes and in connection therewith appropriated $800,000 toward the purchase. The said resolution advanced the plan to acquire an open space grant from the state of Connecticut and thereafter to grant a conservation easement over the entirety of the property. Whereas after the adoption of the above referenced resolution and appropriation, the RTM approved similar resolutions. Whereas the state of Connecticut is requiring as part of the issuance of an open space grant that the town release the 2006 easement so that it may be replaced with the state's open space easement. Now therefore be it resolved by the town council of the town of Groton that the town of Groton shall release the 2006 easement contingent upon the town of Groton acquiring the property and granting to the state of Connecticut an open space easement over the property. 2, the town manager is authorized to sign, execute, and deliver such release instruments and other documents reasonably necessary to carry out this resolution, all subject to review by the town attorney as to form and legality. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. Council Bordelon?
I think this is a.
And this does go to the RTMs.
Yes, I was going to ask that too. I think this is an exciting day for Groton. I think 160, is it 1 acres? This is a huge purchase of land that will forever be around, and you know, we as councilors should be proud that our name will be attached to that. And when you look back in history, I forget the name of the property, town manager, Bert, it's, the other one is what, a little bit more than this.
Yeah, the other one, the Cop Park is the only one that's larger than this.
And how did we acquire the Cop Park?
Yeah, we paid for it. They gave it at a discount price as as a partial tax write-off,
Right.
but we did pay for it.
And how long ago was that when we acquired that? Do you know roughly?
I'm not sure offhand, do you know?
1987?
Yeah. So this is a huge day. I mean, since possibly 87 or 90s, you know, we are now acquiring another 161 acres of land that, you know, our family will be able to enjoy. I think it's amazing. I was a little unsure of it at the beginning because the price in the midst of COVID, but the numbers all came in, and it's definitely something we should be proud of, excited. It's going to help not only with the resiliency and sustainability of our community, all the properties that abut to that, the open passive recreation that we'll be able to have there, and also protecting our waterways and all the you know, historical aspects of the land, as well as you know, keeping our air clean to breathe. Development is great, but it's important to, as we develop, keep land. And as it's always stated, once you get rid of land, you can't really get it back. And so once it's developed. And so this is a great day, and I think we all should be very proud and you know, celebrate this, and I hope it gets as much attention as it deserves. I'm excited to see with the, you know, Groton Open Space and conservation advocates and everybody around, you know, years to come to see what this property will do. Folks have already come to me and expressed their excitement that live in that area, are excited to be able to go from the trails there and go right into the next one. So I'm really proud, I'm really excited. This is something we stood behind, and we're making it happen. So a good day in Groton.
Thank you. Council Baumgartner?
Yes, I don't want to belabor everything I said the last meeting, but protecting 159 acres of, you know, contiguous land is a big deal, especially considering the pressures that are placed on every municipality, certainly Groton, but and throughout southeastern Connecticut and quite frankly our state and throughout New England on managing growth, managing economic development, and you know, we have a unique, we're in the unique position here in Groton in balancing all of these pressure points, and this was, I think, an area where, you know, we can say, wow, our planning our planning department did an amazing job, you know, working with our land trusts, you know, certainly Groton Open Space, Groton, you know, GOSA, and, you know, so many other conservation groups to get around the table and identify funding sources that could augment our town commitment, as well as funds that came from the state as well. So I am so proud to support this. We, you know, really quietly, you know, you just, if you ever set foot on the property or visit the property, you'll know that Eccleston Brook transects that property and feeds right into the Long Island Sound, and is the habitat to so many critters that our fish and wildlife depend on. And so, you know, we are busy, obviously, you know, managing, you know, the town and making decisions for people, but oftentimes we forget about the critters too, and the ecosystem that supports life. And so, really, thank you to all involved, and, you know, very proud of this, and let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, I guess, to the town manager. Is the reason that the town is taking off its easement and it's being passed over to the state of Connecticut is because the state of Connecticut is contributing money to it? Is that
Right. They don't allow any other easements on the property to go for the grant.
okay? So because they're contributing money,
Yeah.
we have to take it up. If they weren't contributing
They have
money,
the complete, one complete easement.
one complete
Right.
clear complaint.
Right.
If they weren't contributing to it, then we would just keep our own easement.
If we were
buying
just paying it, yeah,
Yeah.
you could, or alter it if you needed to alter
Or
it.
we just do it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Council Franco?
So we've already passed this to actually purchase the property. We're just releasing the easement. That's all this, what we're doing today, right? So another step in the process of trying to take care of this, correct?
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Council Westervelt?
It's very simple. It's just a clerical thing that we should fix the word easement in the first line.
Thank you. Any other hands? Okay. Council Bordelon?
I just want to, so the easement, without doing this, we wouldn't be able to acquire the property, though?
Correct.
Right, so this is like the
It's required.
finalization of the property?
Should be, yes.
Yes, so this is the last step to fully,
Once RTM,
yeah.
approves it.
So without doing this, then we wouldn't be able to move forward. Okay, thank you.
You may want to speak to the RTM in
Absolutely.
support of it.
All right. Seeing no other hands, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Councilor Bordelon, moved by Baumgartner. On to adoption of an ordinance to establish a property tax abatement for surviving spouses of fallen emergency workers. Council Kasiri.
Am I just reading the resolution? The whole thing?
No, it's the, yeah.
Okay. Adoption of an ordinance regarding tax abatement program for surviving spouse of a police officer, firefighter, or emergency medical technician. Abatement of property taxes for spouses. Do I have to read that part? Okay. Abatement of property taxes for spouses of firefighters, emergency medical technicians, Town of Groton police officers, Groton Long Point police officers, and City of Groton police officers who die on duty while in performance of their duties.
From page 25, the K.
Okay. This ordinance shall become effective on the 45th day after publication of the notice of passage and shall be applicable to assessment years commencing on or after October 1st, 2023. I so move.
Second, Jones.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Kasiri, seconded by Jones. Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, Manager Burt, and I hate to put you on the spot with this. Would you be able to summarize to the best of your capabilities how this ordinance, as written, differs from the ordinance that was initially passed by this council and sent to the RTM that was ultimately vetoed? What the key differences are between the two documents?
Yeah, one is adding volunteers in. That was not in the version that went to the RTM. Limiting the abatement to 50% or 2,000. That was 100% abatement when it went to the RTM. Of course, at one point we had civilian. That's back out again. I feel like I'm missing one other.
Remarriage.
And making it very clear that if you have the benefit, you get remarried, lose it, that you can no longer go back and reapply. So those are the three big changes.
And then you said civilian, meaning?
We had added, then we took it back out. So that was not in the version that went to the RTM, though, and it's not in this version.
What do you mean by civilian?
Civilian firefighters and police officers, the subbase.
Okay,
Yeah.
so police officers and firefighters duly employed by the subbase? And it was mentioned at our previous meeting, the reason for removing that provision was for a lack of support from the RTM. I reviewed much of the communication, public comments, opportunities for RTM to speak to us during the actual public hearing for the ordinance, and I didn't hear anything. So I'm curious where that notion came from, because in terms of correspondences or communications within this council, I never heard one complaint, and certainly didn't hear it from their deliberations unless councilors had ex parte communications with RTM members on their own time, but I think that just should have been disclosed. So I guess my question would be, do you recall the council mentioning, or, councilors mentioning at the previous meeting that it was removed because of RTM opposition?
I think people said they had heard from individuals on the RTM.
So, and I certainly heard from RTM members who supported that provision, so I guess whose word counts more, but in my eye, I come from a place where I'm not looking to remove anyone from this ordinance, considering that the subbase, fire department in particular, provides a significant amount of mutual aid to departments that in many cases are entirely volunteer. When there are fires, when there are significant medical issues in our community, they respond. Certainly in the subbase that has a good bulk of our population in the northwestern corner of our community, and they provide a lot of mutual aid across the town and even across borders. And so my other question is, I was reading some of these definitions, and I think in the rush to remove certain provisions, we actually partially removed provisions for state folks for the police department, but we left them in for the fire department as well. And so I don't want to expend all my time, but I do just want to close with one question I have, and very specific question. Firefighter, the definition means any person who is duly employed member or volunteer of a state or municipal fire department. That language remained the same. The previous version that we passed for police officer was police officer means a duly sworn member of a state or municipal police department. So in the rush to remove these civilian police officers, we've also now removed any state police officer that may die in the line of duty in the Groton borders from being able to access this ordinance as well. So I just think the original ordinance, aside from some of the recommendations that were passed in our last ordinance, such as adding volunteers, limiting abatement to 50%, if you get remarried, those are all great amendments, and I think those are friendly amendments I can get behind. But I can't get behind removing folks that are truly first responders in our community, because
Counselor's time has expired.
yes. So
Thank you.
if you can speak to that quickly, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, obviously, I would recommend, it was never the intent to have state, so I would take that out. I don't know how that stayed in there all this time. I don't know if it got reintroduced. But so from the very beginning, that was never the intent of either council before or this one to include state employees.
Point of information?
Right.
Would it have to go back?
Wait, so, hold on. You're saying the definition changed or it stayed the same?
I think at some point, I thought we took that out. I think there's just an error that somehow may have either, remained in there or got taken out and somehow ended back in there. But it should take out, because it's only for those who who are located within the town boundaries for an agency. Let me just look through here. I thought there was something to that effect elsewhere in the ordinance, though.
A point of information?
That was removed, but for fire it wasn't.
Okay.
I was pretty confident at one point that was taken out, so it looks like it may have got reintroduced. I can't say for certain, though. But it was never the intent. It was never presented that way. So I think it could be taken out.
Right, without going back to
Yeah.
Public hearing.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Point of information?
What's your point of information?
I was just inquiring, are we sure? Because if we take that out.
That's been asked and answered. Counselor Parker? Counselor Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear what everyone has said about this, but my concern from the beginning of this was adding the federal employees, which is totally different because that's not what the state intent was. And I don't believe in talking to and researching some stuff, I cannot find where or how to get the information on what their benefits would be, survivor benefits would be, on how to make sure that they're getting their full thing. My intent was only for residents of the town who work at the municipalities that are listed, as well as the fire department and the EMT. I agreed to the 50% and from the 3,000 to 2,000. And I believe this was vetoed at first from the RTM, and that's why it came back to us to revise it. If I can ask Town Clerk McAllister if that was correct.
I attended the Finance Committee meeting of the RTM when they were reviewing, and they reviewed this ordinance piece by piece. And there were a lot of comments, and that meeting is available for you to see. A lot of the conversation from that committee did spill over to the regular full RTM meeting where it was deliberated and ultimately vetoed. So, but not everything was stated. So there really are a lot of comments that I think that other counselors may have heard from individuals, or that maybe they watched the meeting, because it was pretty, they really did piece by piece, and they're prepared to do it again. So, you know, there's no hurry on any of this anyway. You know, that's, if you feel insulted because they veto it, you shouldn't. I mean, it's just, it needs more work or something like that, you know. There's no hurry on this, though.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Council Bordelon?
So my concern is we're not sure if this was in or not in, so I don't feel comfortable voting on that. Also, you know, I think that we did make some changes. We also added in volunteers, but we're not defining what a volunteer is. Some folks sign up to be volunteer EMTs or firefighters, and they show up once a week or once a year. I could sign up and, you know, I'm CPR certified. I could be a volunteer, help with the phones or do whatever. I would fall under this thing. It's just signing up as a random volunteer. It
Sure,
doesn't.
and that's kind of the intent of the volunteer
Yeah.
thing, is if you die doing those services, then
Right.
you're saying, so it really doesn't matter about the.
Right, and it was talked about costs by adding the military in. Volunteers are really going to increase your number. As a volunteer, most people have some training, but not sometimes as intense as the paid employees. So you run the risk. They're not always on the job always because they have other full-time jobs and they're volunteers. So I just don't see why, the submarine capital that drives this place, when the base was going to be shut down, Groton was going to crumble. That came through twice, that big movement to shut down the base, and people were afraid. Housing, everything. And to not include them in this document, and there's no rush. If we could do is call the fire department and the police department, which is what I was willing to do, but we're just rushing this along, and ask, what is the benefits? We're not talking about a lot of money here. What are we talking? What's the number, John? $2,000 cap?
Right.
So even if they got a benefit of like $25,000 if their spouse dies, you can't put a number to someone's life. They're going to get a whopping $2,000 off their taxes. That's all we're talking about here. And we've only recognized maybe one person that we know of in the whole community. That's not a lot. So why wouldn't we treat our civilian, military, fire, and EMT who work and respond? I live in the city. When there was a fire that burnt down the house about a year and a half ago and they just rebuilt it, I'll tell you right now, Sub-Base Fire was there putting that fire out, and they put their life on the line. Why shouldn't their spouse get a $2,000 break if they own a house in the town of Groton? A lot of people retire here and serve our country and then come here and serve our community. And omitting them after, you know, we just got invited to celebrate the renaming and the ceremonial thing for the Nautilus coming up Friday as council. And now we're saying, well, we'll go to that, but you don't qualify for $2,000 if your spouse dies. That's what I feel. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. It was an addition that I added. and I encouraged this council to add it back in, and we added a bunch of other things. So we did make changes. Let's send it back with that on there. So I would like to make an amended motion, and I'm looking for you, John. I'd like to add that line back in solely. I'll support. I personally don't think the volunteers should stay in. I think that's a driver. We're going to put volunteers over the civilian military folks. So I'd like to add that in.
I can say, though, a fair number of our team members did tell me that they wouldn't vote for it without
That's
the
fine, John,
volunteer.
but I'm
without
asking
I'm
for that
talking,
motion.
please. Can I finish? Without adding keeping the volunteers in there. I don't think I think that would be a hurdle. I'm not talking about your.
Oh, I'm sorry, the
change.
volunteers.
Yeah, volunteers.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't know why that's in there. That's not even what they want. So
No, our team members did say they do want that. Many of them told me they will not support it.
So what do I do to? You can keep those in. I'd like to add the military, civilian, fire, and EMT.
An amendment?
Yes, I'd like that amendment on the floor. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Do
So
I need a
what are you
second?
amending?
I'd just like to add, as it was written previous, so it doesn't need to be retyped up, just adding in the civilian, fire, EMT, and police that own and reside in the town or city or GLP. They reside in the zones as regulated in this document. Do I need a second on that?
Second, Westervelt.
Okay, thank you. And can I speak to my motion?
One second. I'm trying to figure out where this amendment goes.
Under the definitions, adding back
Yeah.
in for firefighters and police that civilian employees of the sub-base.
Okay.
Did we vote on that last time?
You,
In the count?
yeah, at an earlier meeting, you voted to take it out. It was in there, though, during the public hearing, so the council can make that amendment.
Okay. Okay, good. Very good.
And I do suggest amending to take out the word, that reference to state under the definition of firefighter.
Okay. All right. All right. Counselor Kasiri,
I want to speak to my motion.
you spoke before your
I
motion.
would like, I haven't added, that's what the benefit that we're allowed to do, is that correct?
Well, you spoke 3 minutes before your motion.
Does it matter? I'm usually allowed to speak to my motion. I'd like to add something, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon, hold on one second. Did you not speak to your motion for 3 minutes? I'm just asking you a question.
You're questioning my motive. I spoke under my 3-minute time,
questioning-
and then I
okay.
put
I'm
a
sorry.
motion on the floor.
I shouldn't have done that.
And then
Okay.
you allow people to speak.
Counselor Kasiri, you have the floor.
So I'm not allowed to speak to my motion now, real quick.
Counselor Kasiri, you have the
Okay.
floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to clarify that the state statute that allows us to do this did not originally include federal employees. Mr. Burt, since our last discussion, have you or town staff been able to find line of duty stats for civilian military sub-base personnel?
No, I actually reached out to every agency, and only, I think, 2 agencies responded.
Great. So we cannot tell the taxpayers what the burden would be if we were to include them?
No, but we also probably can't do that for volunteers either.
And I'd just also like to state, as a former volunteer firefighter, that volunteer firefighters and personnel are adequately trained to perform their duties in order to do that. And statistically, volunteers are a minimal risk, as they are not always working as often as paid employees. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. I also, too, was a volunteer at a fire station. What I'm saying is sometimes regulations change, and I only sometimes volunteered on summers from school, so it kind of, I'm not saying you're not qualified, so I just want to clarify that. What I was trying to speak to my motion was about is the fact that it was stated at some of our meetings that the RTM didn't want it, and that's why some counselors possibly weren't going to support it up here. Well, I encourage other counselors, if you truly stand behind having civilian military on there, to speak to your fellow RTM members and come out and speak at the meeting in favor of it. And then if it's shot down then we can fully say that it is. But I don't feel like we really have sold the full idea in its full capacity. I think we've changed this document. I think it's something that we should want to get around and support. People say cost, but we're adding volunteers in. I think we're just kind of all over. And I just hope that we can support our civilian, employees that work for the fire, police, and I guess volunteers would be included in there too, wouldn't it, John, then? volunteers for those. You can volunteer there as a town member. I just don't know how that would be any different. What the numbers would mean is $2,000, and how do you put a cost to somebody's life? So if we're going to offer the benefit, it should be widespread, and it should represent our community and our tapestry, which is a very founded on our without the naval base here, we'd have nothing. Thank you.
Councilor McBride?
I just have a couple of questions for my own understanding. Town Manager Burt, the last H or B, page 23, mentions will be effective grand list October 1st, 2022, but then the very last K says this shall become effective October 1st, 2023. So will this be for fiscal '24?
It should be Grand List 22.
So K should be 22 as was
Yes.
B, okay.
For the, assuming you get it done in time and passed by October 1st, otherwise it'll swap to, 2023.
Okay, thank you. And then another question. If somebody, and this may have been already answered, I apologize, but if somebody moves into town, and they had a spouse that passed away, did they automatically qualify for this too?
Only if it was an agency within town that they died from. You can't, be a East Lyme firefighter pass away and the widow move here and get it.
Okay, but there's still an unknown, okay. All right, my thought is, as this council in August passed a $64,000 increase on the circuit breaker program, which is a 39% increase to fiscal '23 budget that I was not comfortable with at all, because I think it should be part of the budget process. I also don't think this should be passed now, so I'm not going to support any motions to approve this measure tonight, because I think it should be part of the budget process. And I also think it really should be part of the budget process, because there's a lot of unknowns here. I know we're talking about Councilor Bordelon's adding in some of those areas that is an unknown cost, but the volunteer piece is also unknown. So this to me needs a lot more work. The financials, although we may say it's only up to 2,000, we don't know if that 2,000 is 50, 75. We have no idea what that number is, and I'm not comfortable approving something that's going to affect a future budget at this time without having more information. Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt?
I apologize if I might be belaboring this point, but are volunteers in or out according to this? Because I can't find the word volunteer in here at all.
Firefighter. Page 23.
Okay. So it's just volunteer firefighters, and
I don't know the answer to that.
They don't have a police force on the base, do they?
say again?
I don't think they have a police force on the base, do they? And we talked about Yukon campus, and that was decided not to be included.
I mean, they have military police, but it's
Yeah, but
it's just a
they're not
rank.
certified police
Right.
officers.
They have canine.
Yeah, but I don't think they fall under the actual definitions here.
Okay.
So it's firefighters. They have an actual their firefighters are certified.
Okay.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple comments. One is I can't support the amendment that's on the floor at the moment for two reasons. One is the original state statute did not mention federal employees, and we're adding something in that wasn't in the original statute. So I think we should stay with how the original statute was written. And my second point, I can't remember what my second point is, but that would be, oh, I know what the second point is. The second point is we heard loud and clear messages from the RTM on why they rejected this in the first place. And I think if we have any hope of getting this passed, we need to make it at least palatable to them. And we've changed enough things to get them to sort of agree to it. So we have something that will pass. But as it stands with adding federal employees and things, they were very, very clear that they would not pass that. And they told us that by voting against it. So looking at the state statute, which doesn't mention anything about federal employees, and the messages that we got clearly on even having a hope of getting this passed, I think the original amendment as it on the floor is at least our best chance of getting something to pass. So. Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Before I opine on what can be passed, I just wonder if we can get anything passed on this council. But I'm being facetious. heard tonight, it wasn't clearly stated in the state statute that federal employees should be included. I implore folks to, obviously, just like local ordinances can change, state laws can too, and state statutes can as well. And so if folks have a problem that it's not explicitly mentioned, perhaps write your state rep or state senator. But just with respect to a quick question to Manager Burt on the state police department. So, and I think this was one of the initial questions I asked way back when we were deliberating on the first iterations of the ordinance, how far of a reach we can have. Well, obviously, by virtue of having state parks, Yukon, obviously highways, right? We have state police officers, and there are, state, there isn't a state fire department, but there are firefighters employed by the state of Connecticut. Certainly, although we have a state airport up in Hartford, at Windsor Locks, at their airport, they have a fire department there. And so, could this ordinance cover any first responder, including state police officers, including federal officers, or federal firefighters or police officers? Couldn't the ordinance be written in a way that it was broad enough to cover any first responder that dies in the line of duty, responding to an emergency here in the town limits?
Yes, there's no restrictions on it. It's just the last council as a body and this council as a body said that they wanted to focus on agencies actually located within the town, which state police aren't. But yeah, you could say anyone that moves here that had a firefighter or police spouse die could move here and then get it. You could do whatever you want as a council. It's very very broad language in there.
And I think really the operative word is with the emergency or whatever issue transpiring within town limits. I mean, that to me is, if any person who is firefighter, EMT, police officer is responding to an emergency and dies on the line of duty, they should be entitled to it. And I think, part of the reason from when I remember that state, all these, we included every possible entity. And so, I mean, I didn't condone or agree to stripping away, other folks, even outside of the sub-base folks, the sub-base firefighters and police officers. I think it should be broad enough to cover everybody, and not discriminate against one group or body. So, in light of what Councilor McBride stated, this has been like a volleyball kind of going back and forth, and RTM, it's a little bit of a give and take, and that's the beauty of our form of government, right? We don't, whatever we approve has to, especially if it's an ordinance, has to get rubber stamped by the RTM as well, or approved, and if not vetoed. Not vetoed, yeah. Not vetoed, right. I was getting to that. So it's complicated, but I think in a good way. So I just, I do support Councilor Bordelon's motion, not, in any form of ill will towards our RTM. We certainly respect their role in this. I just hope that, they understand that we gave a little bit too with, the 50%, adding volunteers, which I want to state on the record, wholeheartedly support. I think that was a good addition. And if you get remarried, which I think is a no-brainer. So, nothing further. Thank you.
Councilor Parker?
My question, thank you, Mr. Mayor, is for Mr. Burt. The volunteer firefighter is paid, if you know this answer, is that person paid out of a municipality?
The volunteer doesn't have to be paid.
Out of whose account?
A volunteer doesn't have to be paid, period. There's volunteers of some of these agencies that get paid zero. It's anybody.
That's not what my question is.
Oh.
I meant the volunteers are paid, so they're paid by whom when they volunteer?
Well, a lot of them are not paid. The ones that are paid, some do and some don't. Agencies, it'd be by the agency that they're working for.
All right, so it may not be under a municipality, it may be somebody else.
Right.
A
The only
volunteer
rule is
group.
that it has to be a group within the municipal boundaries, not that they have to be a municipal entity.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor McBride?
Just for clarification, is state removed from firefighter? I just want to make sure what is eventually approved or disapproved. Is that's removed currently?
Right. It should be removed. My feeling is that we've always said that wouldn't include it from the beginning. I think we'd have to go back to public hearing if we actually meant to include it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're all aware. So that state is excluded from this document.
Volunteers are already in.
Right, okay.
I do recommend, though, whatever comes out of this, that you talk to RTM members. I think it's going to be a tough sell no matter what comes out of council. So, yeah, help push it.
Counselor Jones?
Just a point of information on Councilor McBride. So even in the original version, the version that's sitting here, not the amended version, we would take state out.
Correct.
So even if we voted, if the amendment fails and we come back to the original version, and when we vote on that, we take state out of that.
I actually consider that a typographical error there.
Okay, so it'll just, we don't have to go to anything else.
It's something
It just comes
we
out.
would probably remove anyways, even if it got passed within it.
Okay.
'Cause that was never the intent.
Good, thank you.
All right. Counselor Kasiri?
Just a point of information, same with the 2022 on letter K?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make them match.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of versions of this.
Should we make a motion for those two pieces?
I prefer that.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to remove the word state from the firefighter definition and to change item K to October 1st, 2022.
Second.
Well, maybe you can just amend your motion to include those two. Yeah.
I'll just amend my motion to include those two items that needed, the edits.
If that fails, if you get back to originally, you'd want to reintroduce one.
I'll second that motion, the amended motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I thought Mr. Westerfeld had seconded.
We don't need a new second is what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. Counselor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burt, it's going to come out of this year's, or I thought we weren't doing it till next year?
What, it's, if you do the October 1st, it's for next year. It's just on the October 1st when they, that valuation, that grand list. So it doesn't affect current taxes
It doesn't happen for this
for this fiscal year.
October 1st of 2022.
Well, it needs to be on the
This
grand
one,
list. It needs to be, for next year, for it to take effect, it needs to be on the grand list for October 1st of this year. So you want October 1st. And it won't affect this year's budget.
Was that all you had, Counselor Parker?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. See no other hands, I'll call for a vote on Counselor Bordelon's amended motion, which, just to be clear, you're adding in the federal employees and making those two corrections that Counselor McBride suggested. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I've got Westervelt, Bordelon, Baumgardner, Melendez, opposed.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
McBride, Kasiri, Franco, Jones, Parker. Fails 4 in favor, 5 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to the main motion, Councilors Kasiri's motion. And do you want to make the motion for the corrections now?
Yeah, that's preferable.
I'll make the amendment for the state language to be removed from firefighter definition and for letter K to be 2022.
Thank you. And Jones is still a second on that.
Will this require 2 votes?
What?
Will this require 2 votes?
No.
So if it's amended, it passes random?
Yeah, it's like a friendly amendment, right? Yeah. Right.
No, I mean, once this is amended, will we have to vote on the underlying ordinance? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not, am I misunderstanding? This is not an amendment like what, you are making an amendment?
Well,
To
it's
remove
officially
state?
amendment just to
Clear up the
correct.
state? Okay, so then you do have, you vote on the
Okay.
amendment and then you vote on the whole thing.
All right.
Okay, so
All right. The only thing is, then we should have done that last time. The one we just voted on. Okay. All right, that's fine.
You were fine, you were fine.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so McBride, Westervelt, and Bordelon. No abstentions. Carries 6 in favor, 3 opposed. McBride, Westervelt, Bordelon, 0 abstaining. So now,
Motion to adjourn?
Oh,
one
we got another
second.
vote.
We just need to just pass the thing as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions. Carries 6 in favor, 3 opposed. McBride, Westervelt, Bordelon, 0 abstaining.